Previously during the investigation.
So, you want to find out everything there is to know about Diane?
Agent York, Nick is leaving the bar.
Wait! She's still alive.
Stop right there, Nick. You're under arrest for the attempted murder of Diane Ames. Emily, hurry!
You saved my life.
No need to thank me for that. I'm pretty useless. I couldn't save Becky. I couldn't save Diane.
All right, here we have it, guys. We're gonna go ahead and try a few things different here.
Zach, that means we need to head for the sheriff's department.
This is exactly where we left off, guys. Just with a different outfit. Holy, hey, you know. Okay. This is exactly where we left off, so that way we're not skipping the whole chapter, guys. We literally skipped so much. I don't even know what was going on, so it's gonna play where we left off, guys. All right. Problem though, it's gonna crash my game when I do this. Let me try something. Can I turn the music off in the car? Well, let's go ahead and get to our objective here. Wow. We got a long way to go, guys. Doing a graveyard mission again? Oh, these glitches we're getting. You guys see these glitches? This one, the objective's a little bit different. Always goes pretty fast. Oh wait, there's a gun store. Hold on. Check my inventory real quick. Shotgun. Okay, continue on where we left off. Just gotta get to our objective here real quick. Man. That's creepy. Ugh. Lit. Okay.
Jack, here's the Ben Franklin you wanted.
Give it to me.
Wow. Okay. So, what information am I getting here? Jack at the Evelyn Hell Gas $1 bills. Hey, y'all. However, if you give him more than 1,000, they'll supposedly give you some big investigation. Okay.
Hey there, Benjamin. I wanted to talk to you. Have you heard this yet? I'll tell you another one when I see you again.
What about the dart gun? Not gonna ask what that sounds
Zach,
like.
did you see that? It was as if we weren't here.
I wonder what that was all about.
Did it make sense to you?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, so you hear the music that's in the car right now. Okay, so we got that going. I'm gonna grab this with the car. I grab this with a car too, or do I have to? Oh, I gotta get out and grab it, really? Ooh, Jay. Yeah, it's a pretty cool game. But the only thing about this game though is the amount of bugs and glitches I've been encountering a lot. A lot of troubleshooting. I just recently got this game to work. I was having issues where the car would do a lot of like tire screeching. My game would crash. You name it, we've been through it. Trust me. We you know. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and pretty much I'm playing as a FIB. Look at me. FBI, and we're in this town right now trying to solve a murder case, which tends to keep leading into another murder case. I like this car. This car is much faster, guys, than the other one. Oh, there's a lot of houses around here. All right, here we go. We're almost there. This is the diner. Hold on, I'm gonna save the game first though before we do anything, guys. Okay, here we go. All right, so we're gonna Oh, there we go. I was about to say, I can't save the game? What? Alright, we're gonna save it real quick. Okay, game is saved, and our objective is actually right over here, so why not just go for this? This is the Sheriff's Department. Go here and get the files, I remember now.
Can there really be documents here that the FBI doesn't even have? What do you think, Zach?
York! I told you! That's nothing more than local folklore.
Harry said that he was there.
The Raincoat Killer is a phantom, made up to scare children long ago. I can't believe you fell for that from Harry, of all people.
I agree with George. Harry likes to play with people. Play with their minds, too.
George, Emily. Of course I don't believe him word for word. But you won't mind if I at least try to confirm that he's wrong, will you?
Well then, can you look for the files by yourself? I'm still looking for Thomas.
Very well.
Emily, open the filing room for him.
They're here too, Zach. This might mean we're getting warmer to what we need.
Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on. Okay. Alright, here we go. So there's a bunch of doors here that seems like it's going to be locked. So I'm glad that we actually went back a chapter, guys, because I did not want to miss all this. So I found out now that we can crouch, and I just found out that we can aim and actually, like, lock on the targets. Easier than what it was when we were playing. I think my headshots don't even matter in this game. Uh-oh.
Too much noise. We're still missing a vital piece of the puzzle.
Okay. What's that vital piece? Three things. Okay, so there might be some things in here then. Absolutely nothing. Take the toolkit. I'll definitely take that, or med kit. We'll take that. Put that thingy. Oh, what the? Oh, it's one shot if I lock on. But headshots don't matter in this game. Bogus. Oh, that zombie just came out of nowhere, and that thing kind of made me jump a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, well, we'll take the 10mm bullets. Okay, let's go ahead and grab the red piece here. Someone removed something, right? Huh. You got a broken safe? Uh-oh. Okay, so this room is done. Like, we got a couple doors. Like neither was the other one. I feel like we should go to the other one first. I didn't know we can do. Oh, glad we came in this room. Okay, so suitcase. Alright, let's save it up real quick. Since we did save it. Few things I want to do. First of all, make the game the way it was. Oh, money rewards times 3? Oh no. Ow. Boom, boom.
Previously.
Alright, we should be okay now, guys. We're loading into the other world. Alright, let's get going. Alright, let's move on to this one. Seriously? Get over me! What the hell am I doing? Wow. Come on. Oh my god, why is it moving like that? Wow. Why was my health so low? What the? Did the game just get harder? Hold on, grab the shotgun shells. Let's pull back, guys. I think we got plenty of med kits, so I'm not worrying about it. Oh my god. Just killed all 3 of them? I've never been this wounded in a game. Yeah, Jenga's different. It's a, it's like a separate, cooldown to it. Wow. Oh! I'm almost dead. First of all, we're gonna use an item here, guys. Give me a second. Medium med kit. That one just keeps coming alive. Oh, what the? Oh! What the hell's wrong with you, bro? Don't grab a man around the waist like that. Alright, that's it. I'm out of here. And of course it's locked. Wow. Okay, this is crazy. So there's a different door we need to go through, guys. I like how it like shoots from a distance. Like that's crazy. Shotgun's pretty good. Ah! Oh, what the? Gah! Yo, these enemies got hard or something? Okay, grab the items we need here, guys. Yeah, it shoots all of them. Look, these like cops are all Thomases, right? Gotta be this. Okay, so we're taking this one to the toolbar. That's a large med kit. Okay, yeah, we don't need... Honestly, let's save bullets on that. Go with the SMG here, guys. Actually, you know what I think about it? I think this is the police station. Yeah, it all unlocks, but I can use less bullets. I'm gonna manual aim here.
Bullseye, bullseye, bullseye.
I use less bullets that way. Alright, we're getting those 10mm rounds, guys, which is good. I believe that's the handgun. There's a file here. I believe. Ooh, look at that. You got drops of water. I feel bad because we skipped ahead, so I think I know what this is. This is where we figure out that it's at the pond. Okay, so that means that one is a grab, so we're ready to get out of here. Ooh. Gotta get me, lady, didn't you?
Amazing.
Yeah, we use way much less bullets that way. No, let go, let go. Oh gosh, she almost got me.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
Let's grab this. this. Grab this. Alright, that's gonna be shotgun bullets. We're gonna put those away real quick. Gotta go through this door. Yep. Yeah, this is where we just came from. Huh. I'm gonna check down the other hall. Dead end, guys.
Yes. Nice shot. Yes.
Gotcha. Alright, let's reload. Get the heck out of here. Alright. Keep the shotgun handy, guy. Or not the shotgun. We're gonna just use. Can't go that way. Okay. Save it again just to be safe. Okay, so we do need to go this way, but we're missing something. Door do I need to go back to? This one? Oh, okay.
Great. Great.
Nice shot.
Ooh, you trying to get me, buddy?
Amazing. Amazing.
Alright, we gotta reload. Got the pipe. I ain't worrying about the pipe too much.
Hmm?
What are we getting here? Seeds? Yeah, red seed? Uh-oh. Yeah, we missed a pretty crucial part of the game, guys. I'm glad we went back.
Zach, looks like we need to continue our search for the documents.
Yep.
George, I'll get right to the point. It looks like someone else has just removed the documents I'm looking for.
Huh? Removed?
The cabinet looks like it had been forced open.
That's impossible. No one could break into there.
No. Emily, there is one person that can access that room at any time.
You don't mean Thomas?
It's too early to speculate. And profiling is my job, remember? More importantly, Emily, could you get me a coffee? A fresh one if possible.
Coffee? At a time like this? Why now?
Emily, please. This is very important. Some coffee. And bring some milk on the side.
Zach, you know something, don't you? I'm getting us some coffee. So tell me what you know.
Uh-oh.
Ah, Zach, this is amazing. Even the taste of her coffee is thrilling, to say the least.
What?
No, nothing. This isn't the cup that Thomas always uses for me, is it?
I'm sorry about that too, then. I just used a cup that was nearby. You have a problem with that?
Problem? Not at all, my dear Emily. The coffee is perfect. Well, okay, taste aside, this cup certainly is perfect.
Wow.
George, Emily, we're going to Velvet Falls. There's something waiting for us there. I can feel it.
York, are you joking? You're trusting your cup?
No, Emily. Going to a waterfall just might be a good idea. In feng shui, a waterfall is known to be a source of power. Even if we find nothing there, I'm sure it will give us some power.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, George. And don't forget to bring a fishing rod.
All
This is
right.
it. This is where we went
go
fishing,
get it.
remember?
Fishing? Are you too serious?
George, do you have a net?
Uh-oh. Not bad, not bad. Now we are where we left off, guys. Okay. Okay, so this is where we were. So we didn't really miss that much. Felt like we did.
Zach, I hope we can catch a big one.
Now we know how to do it from last time. Got this. Come on. Look at that fish. Oh,
A fish. But this isn't the time to be fishing for fish, Zach.
still eat it though. You know what I'm thinking, Jay? I'm gonna look into those slots again. I have to check out the Oh, I can't choose that one? Oh, I was hoping I could. I was curious. Oh, man. You know what I'm thinking? The way I got those emotes set out, what if... Give me a second here. What if... Hold on, give me a second. How do I have this set up with the... Oh my god, my hard drive space is empty. Wait, Star Citizens is over, isn't it? I think it is. There's Trick Spot phone. Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know what? I think, you know what the problem is, Jay? I don't think we're getting a good taste of the game because we didn't buy the game. You know, we're just getting like the demo feel.
Zach, this doesn't look like the documents we need. Try again.
But yeah, I don't blame you. I don't know, not for the money. I'm scared to even back it, dude. I've been doing a lot of reading on it. I get it. The game is cool, but the fact that it's been alpha for 7 years, dude, I don't know, bro. It feels like it just became a real estate for spaceships. You know what I'm saying? Like, it looks like they're trying to bargain people to buy ships, and it's... I don't know. Man.
A fish. But this isn't the time to be fishing for fish, Zach.
This one is annoying, yeah. What's today's date? Oh, no, wait, Star Citizen, we got one more day. The GDFO was pretty cool. I know that's pretty much over. And then, Star Citizen was alright. I had a good run with it. But I'd rather wait for, like, a beta. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'll wait for a beta. No, I just missed it, guys. Do it again. And now the fishing is working. It launches on the 9th? Yeah. The game is different. I like that it's different, you know? The headphones off. It sucks I can't wear my good headphones, man. That's crazy. Oh, I'm gonna miss it. There you go. You wanna know how much I'm gonna charge for it? I have no idea. That would be interesting to find out. I have no idea. Alright, here we go. Too soon. Come on! I'm doing it too soon, so it goes 2 blocks. how did I go fishing the first time and got it with no problem? I can't even do it right now for the life of me. Alright, let's get ready to wheel it in. Oh, nothing that time. Do me a favor, turn the fan on. Just pull it out, and there's a knob behind it. Go all the way to the left. There you go. Hey. Oh. Got it. $35 for early access?
Zach.
Wow.
We've caught something to brag about now.
They try to get you on that early access, like they say, oh, you pay more because you get early access.
We're the only one who fished out documents.
So the game is probably going to be $20.
Don't you think so, Zach?
I just don't believe it. Files from a waterfall.
Oh, she's shocked. Yeah, I don't know. There's too many early access games. I mean, it's nice because you get to play the game before it launches. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you get to feel the game, which is cool.
What does that all mean?
It's called The Legend of the New Raincoat Killer. George, have you ever seen this handwriting?
Yes. It's Thomas's.
George, I need to take these documents to Harry. He said he'd tell me everything once I take the docs to him.
But those are classified. I can't allow a civilian to view them. Especially that deranged old goat who owns most of the town.
I agree with George. Harry is... how can I put it? He might be dangerous.
You don't need to worry. You said it yourselves, didn't you? There has never been a mass murder case in this town. That means these documents pertain to a case that never actually happened. Just look at it as though they never actually existed either.
Ridiculous.
York, I'm sure you've got a plan or something in mind? Okay. You have my approval.
George, are you sure?
Emily, we need to continue looking for Thomas. Our search may just have become a hunt.
Yes, get on it. I'll go see Harry alone.
Okay.
I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it for myself. But Thomas?
There's got to be a rational explanation
Uh-oh.
for this.
Thomas was at the scene of one of the murders.
Zach, George has started to change. I think the deaths of Becky and Diane had a deep effect on him.
Thomas did it all. It's all his
I guess
fault.
this town truly is without a king now.
Yeah. No, but you know what? The GTFO, I like the way the game was. I like the way it initiates itself and how you're a prisoner and you get, taken down and sent to like the bottom depths of this cavern or whatever. And the creatures, the mechanics are they're there. It's just needs some working on. You know, it is not done yet. So, well, it is beta, so technically it's supposed to be. Yeah, Thomas is in the game. Thomas is always getting in trouble. He's very fired. He's beyond fired. Yeah.
Okay then, Zach. Let's pay Harry another visit and get to the bottom of all
Okay.
this.
I have to admit, I do like spending a bit of time investigating alone.
I'm getting a bit sick of being told that I'm either too slow or too fast. You agree with me, right, Zach?
Okay. So I'm just glad that we can actually play the game again. Holy moly, jabber. About time. This time. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and save the game there real quick. Get out of here. You know what I noticed though, Jay? Have you ever like went to the Limey like website? It looks so different compared to the app. Like you realize the numbers are different, so I think the app is... Right, we got the techno music, let's get it! Alright, hold on. Oh, Jay, did you see what the Viz.com is doing? They're doing like a they want to do like a 10-minute compilation video of like everything that happened from from the 15 years on Viz. Like, dude, it looks really I might try to contribute a few things to help out, because you know I've done like the tournaments and stuff, so maybe some of like those netplay tournaments we did, I'm gonna take some of those YouTube videos or some of the clips, maybe somehow edit them and send them over. Yeah, it'd be cool. I mean, it's different, right? I mean, we'll be on a retro trailer, so to speak. We'll be like this, and it's supposed to. I'll get you a thread, bro. Yo, this music really does give you like the old school games like feel to it, you know. The game just crashed. It literally just. No, it's a good thing I saved it. Dun, dun, dun. Bro, you missed the Black Friday or Cyber Monday deals he was doing? He was doing like a 30%. Like, you could have probably got some stuff.
Previously during the
Yeah. Okay. Game is saved. We don't have any of our screeching. We are good to go. Right. You could check the store, like the biz store, or you could check what users are selling. Sometimes users can sell games too. Alright guys, we are out of here. Let's get it. I love this car and how fast it is. Wow, this handling though, look at this. Whoa, what the? Can I go that way? Like a shortcut? Wow, I left the car by accident. Whoopsie-daisy.
Zach, did you want to go somewhere before we visit Harry?
Get back in the car.
That's fine by me.
$37,000. There you go, bro. That's the way to do it, man. My car's in the air. Yeah, we can't take the stairs, guys. The physics in this game is a bit. Oh, what the? Grab the cards. Ooh. Yeah. The game's got some weird car physics, but it's okay. Why can't I go this way? What the heck? I didn't realize there's a deer. Alright guys, we're going back down. Let's go.
Zach, we can take a rest if you're tired.
Yeah, come on. What the? With the dog. Dude, can you take any longer getting out of the car? Nothing I can do with the dog. Just what the NPC wants to do. Shay, what? Let's go! This car is so damaged, guys. Oh, what the? Car is practically flying. Oh! Taking a shortcut. Yeah. Car's at 4%, guys. Sure, I gotta be careful. Seriously? Wow, I'm at 1%, guys. No! Alright, we gotta be careful. Okay, let's see what we got. The bone here. We got the hip bone. All we need to do is find the
A human
other
bone?
bones.
This doesn't look related to the case, but shouldn't I let someone know?
You never know. Need to get this car fixed, man. We just gotta drive very careful, guys, and not blow up the car. Take out our space bar.
Zach,
Crowbar.
did you want to go somewhere before we visit Harry? That's fine by me.
All right, get back in, guys. We gotta get through this tunnel. Careful here. Extremely cautious.
Zach, if you notice anything, just stop me.
Getting a bunch of. Oh no. Oh no, I'm at 0%. Really? There's gotta be a way to fix this. Yep, our car is... Oh! Wow. So, what happens? Oh, okay. We just, I guess, something. I don't know. Oh, we're at the hospital. Makes sense. Yeah, we lose points. Big of a deal. I don't think there are any unuseful left there. Yeah. Oh yeah, we don't have to do the hospital. So we've done the hospital already. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and Wow, this put us super far from our targets. What are you looking at? Let's go, guys. Come on.
So, where shall we go next?
Alright, we're 5,000 yards away, guys. We're gonna get in there, right, Thomas? We got this, bro. The sheriff's department's looking for you, Thomas. They think you might be the new Raincoat Killer, bro. Yeah. All right, we're 4,000 yards away, guys. We're getting close to our objective. Let's keep going. Let's move it. Why you gotta kill people, right, Thomas? Why, bro? What did they do to you, bro? What, you killed the one lady because of her art? I'm going the wrong way. Let's get going. We got the wrong Thomas. Are you sure, bro? We're just trying to play Fortnite, right? Oh my gosh. What house is that? Oh, that's, we know who house that is. All right, guys, we're almost at the objective. Come on. Let's go. There's an excuse for everything. I don't blame you.
Zach, we can take a rest if you're tired.
Nah. No need to rest. Let's go to that mansion. Let's go. Rest when you're dead. Alright guys, almost there. We're almost there. Here it is, Harry's mansion. Yeah, buddy. Look at that big gate, man.
Mr. Francis York Morgan, finally you have arrived. You are welcome to come inside.
This guy cracks me up. I don't know about this guy. But Harry's trying to tell us something without telling us. But instead, he's showing. Oh. Something ain't right. Uh-oh.
Looks like the next game is hide and seek. Huh?
Uh-oh. Going into the other world, guys. Alright, let's go ahead and join our toolbox here real quick. Alright, we got a bunch of shotgun, first aid, green tomato, blah, blah, blah. Items away. Yes. Alright, let's save it up, guys. So that means we're in the demon world or whatever.
These girls, Zach. Do you see the resemblance?
Yes, people.
Anna, Becky. She looks like Diane. And Carol. Zach, look. Emily.
Oh. Oh no. Wow. Gotta protect Emily, guys. Just gonna grab that and send that to the toolkit queue, you box kit, whatever the heck. Wow, the high quality beef looks pretty tasty. Let's go into the next room. Yeah. I see how this is going to be.
Great. Amazing. Great. Great. Bullseye. Nice shot.
There we go. We're loaded up, guys. We're loaded up. Come on. We got some enemies here. Who else is here to want to dance? Okay, so now we can go through. Okay, we got a demon over here to the left. I'm gonna just take.
Amazing, yes. Amazing. Amazing. Yes.
Load it up. Ooh, there's that turkey sandwich. That sounds really good right now. Turkey sandwich. Sounds absolutely fabulous. Where does demon at? I heard you.
Yes. Bullseye. Yes. Great.
There we go. We took her out with no problem. The outside world is so weird. What did you drop? Hey, grab it. Oh, probably because we're full.
Nice shot. Yes. Nice shot. Bullseye. Nice shot. Nice shot.
These things are so funny. Alright, we took these two things down. Are we sure we're supposed to go this way? I feel like we're supposed to go a different direction.
Yes. Great. Yes. Great. Yes. Great.
Okay, you guys are taking a long time to fall. They run very weird, I know.
Who's that?
What creatures I had to take down. Move the chair somewhere.
Amazing. Nice shot. Yes.
I'm missing, what the? Gotta reload. We gotta reload our gun. I got a shotgun in his hand, guys.
Yes. Bullseye. Yes.
Okay. Fall to the ground, come on. I know, right? Absolutely, Thomas. Absolutely, bro. All right, Thomas. So we're looking for you. My character and the sheriff's department. We're looking for you. Little man, you can turn the fan off if you want. Which way am I going? It's locked. Oh, I see you.
Bullseye. Bullseye. Amazing.
There we go. Gathered all these up, guys. We're gonna need every single bit about bullets that we. Alright, so we got another one here. Magnum bullets. We get a Magnum in this game too? Sick. Alright, carry on with the progression here. You're going to Popo on Thomas. Thomas, you're in big Popo trouble, man. You're in the Popo trouble now. Thomas is 14. Always Thomas until you're 14. Yo, I need it. Yeah. What? We're gonna wear this bad boy. Change it up. Yep. Okay. Oh yeah, look at this. Ah, we look good. Let's shave. Oh yeah. That suit is loud, right? That suit is like pow! And I'm making that impression. Dum 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 dum. Now we're freshly shaved. We get to change our outfit. We're gonna save the game. Things are looking good. Okay. Perfecto mundo. We're nice and loaded. Going out with the SMG. That suit is like, hello. Alright, let me see if I got something to grab. I won't be too far. What? Hey, you think I was gonna sing it? Cheer up a little bit, guys. I feel like I'm like so low to the ground. How low can you go? Ha, I don't even know. Where you want me to go? Good night, guys. I know, I'm sorry, Jay. Yo, what did that sound like anyway for you guys? Probably sounded crazy. Yeah. There's a lot of different outfits to the game, which is kind of cool, you know? Kind of cool. Oh, wait, this is the original door we went through. Where am I supposed to go? What am I supposed to do? Oh. Ooh. I'm blowing into the mic. Ah. Wait a minute. We remember this puzzle, but it's a little bit different. Being blocked this time, though. Oh, I guess we're not doing this. It won't let me do it. Okay. You wanna dance? Bring it on. Let's dance, my lady.
Yes, great.
Anybody else want something? You want it? Come and get it. Or you can eat buffet right now.
Nice shot. Nice shot. Amazing.
You're down and out too. Come on, let's go. Let's dance, buddy. Let's dance. You got a gun in your hand?
Yes, nice shot. Bullseye.
Okay, come on. Come on. Who else wants it? Oh, you want it? You want some?
Nice shot.
Come on. Oh, you there, buddy. What do you got here? What do you got there?
Great.
What you drop for me? What you drop for me? My dance, buddy?
Amazing. Great.
Come on. You?
Nice shot. Nice shot. Amazing. Nice shot.
I think we're looking too good on ammo, guys. We gotta watch it. Let's see. Let's grab whatever this is. We're gonna take that. We're gonna take it into the toolbox because we can't carry any more on us, guys. That aim, though. Right. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Great. Bullseye. Bullseye.
PC. Sounds like a static TV. That's what it sounded like? Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Here, I'll mute it for a second. I just want to make sure it's nice and clear so you guys can, like, hear and things are good, you know. Okay. Alright, so let's continue on. I believe we're good. We're gonna go ahead and get some progress here. Looks like you're aiming on a controller. I know, dude. Yeah. Well, I just found out that there's that the body shots don't do as bad of damage. I try to hit them in the head, man, but they have like this weird movement. You know this game is not controller compatible, bro, on PC. Like, makes no sense, bro. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I don't know where I'm going. We're gonna go ahead and hit up the inventory here real quick, guys, because we need some health back. Go back. Okay, so for medkits, we got 2 out of 4. We got some stabilizer. None of this is gonna give me health, but the suckers do. Go ahead and eat. Oh, that's for hunger. I'll have to get some medkits later, guys. Next save spot, we're gonna have to definitely save it up. Oh yeah! That outfit. I look good, man. Even better. Good. Open? The heck? Seriously? Can't you see I'm getting changed? Trying to get me. She's like, come here. I'm hungry. Alright, lady. You asked for it. You asked for it. Come on. Come on. Alright, down and out. Alright, what's inside now? I got the first aid kit, medium. That's exactly what I needed, guys. Look, the game like read my mind. Crazy. Yeah, that is very crazy. They're behind me. Why is the statue here all looking weird? You're looking weird on me. What you do? Yo, I'm about to save the game real quick. Let's make a phone call. Hello, FBI. Save the game real quick. Thank you. Good day, sir. Like playing Parasite Eve. Yo, what's wrong with the toilet, yo? Out of here. The heck did we do? I think we went backwards, guys. We don't want to go this way. But that was the save thing. So I think we actually have to go completely. Oh, what the? You guys want to dance? You want to dance? Yeah, that's how we do it. You like that? You like that, guys? Ain't none of you dropped nothing for real? Yo, man, you guys are cheap. They are so cheap. Move it around inside here. We have a red ring. I think we gotta go this way, right? Those are cool pictures. Oh. Oh, no way.
Emily!
At times we must purge things from this world because they should not exist, even if it means losing someone that you love.
Stop!
Hey, what the? I don't get it. But my character just said he doesn't love Emily.
Zach, did you see that?
It's weird. Who was that?
I must be getting tired.
We actually must be getting tired. Let me check my tired level here. We're not looking too bad. We're not looking too bad. Not looking too bad. Oh, what the? The room that Harry hangs out a lot. Hold on, there's 2 statues. Go push pressing buttons here, Tricks. Just so you can. Alright, 2 buttons. We have a choice. There's a switch on the statue. Should we push it? Fun would be fun if the man should transform into something unexpected. That was an easy puzzle, though. Look at you guys. You guys are doing great. Keep up the great work, guys. I appreciate you guys' support. And you guys got those stats right there to show how dedicated and how supportive you guys are here in our channel. And I really appreciate it. Alright, we're going down into the basement, guys. Reload. One inside. See the ring. Maybe out. Sounded like he's coming. And the door just locked. Alright, we're in trouble. It's a pretty long walkway, guys. This would be Harry's thingy. The heck? Oh, how did...
Zach, looks like we're out of the countryside and back in civilization.
Uh-oh. Make sure nobody can hear.
Welcome, York.
I brought the documents. Just what is going on in here?
I warned you about haste. Take it slow. You'll lose sight of what's important if you just rush past it. As an agent of the FBI, I'm sure you know. So many people have got it all wrong. They think speed is the key. That being first is the best. They want speed. Satisfied with what the speed brings, even if it means that they miss so much on the way, they don't even see that. I see everything that they don't. From here, I see it all. Then, when the time comes, I make use of what I've seen. I can get whatever I want in this way, anything at all.
You're certainly talkative today, Harry. But I didn't come here for a business lecture. Tell me everything you know.
Speed is not important. Timing is what is important. Timing. York, you have a natural gift for waiting for the correct timing. Just be careful that your haste does not ruin everything. That will be vital to solving the current case at hand. York, I know more than you think, but less than what you hope. 1, you have Nick in custody. 2, Thomas is missing. 3, Carol has a locket that belongs to the murderer.
Wow. He knows.
I also know that this case revolves around the red seeds. But that's about it.
So you've got an inside line on police information.
That reminds me. The victims' tongues were cut out, weren't they? But that's only a minor point. Don't let the shocks blind you to what's more important. That's another business tip.
Harry, I'm impressed. You gather information really well. You hacked into the FBI network, too. Amazing. But I didn't come here to hear this.
Then let us close the business seminar. It's time for a history lesson instead.
Serious now.
I remember it as though it were yesterday, if you'll pardon the cliché. It was dark, raining, a foggy night. My parents, who normally got along, were fighting over something. My father was blaming my mother, it seemed. So I left the house, headed for the clock tower. There was a party being held that day to celebrate the tower's completion. I wanted to see the town from above, and so I decided to climb the tower. Curious child, and saw it being constructed day after day. I'm not sure why, but I was really drawn to the tower in some way. And that's why I knew. From the pit in the theater, there's a path to the clock tower. They were just cleaning up after the party, so it was easy to get into the theater. I used the secret passage to sneak into the tower. But when I reached the top, I saw something very strange. There were soldiers there, all wearing gas masks. I moved closer and saw that they were fiddling with some kind of device. The device was emitting purple smoke outside. Just then, for the first time, the bell rang throughout the tower. I reacted with fear and left the tower as fast as I could. When I got outside again, the purple fog was spreading. I covered my nose and mouth and ran home. I unconsciously counted the number of times the bell rang. After the 12th time, the bell did not stop ringing. It rang a loud 13th time. I got back into town to see another, even more disturbing sight. The people were attacking, killing each other, rampaging as though insane. One man, dressed in a red raincoat, was particularly strong. Anyone who attacked him was killed in an instant. I, too, started to feel a violent hate boiling up inside me. I tried, but was unable to suppress it. One word resonated through my head. Kill! 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 Without thinking, I took a branch and attacked the man in the raincoat. For a moment, I didn't know what was occurring. The face beneath the hood was that of my father, painted with an expression I had never seen before. Hatred and angst. He clearly saw me, but that did not stop him from attacking me. He knocked me out, and I fell to the ground. The following morning, I awoke surrounded by dead bodies. It wasn't raining anymore, and the purple fog was gone. I couldn't believe what I saw and what I myself had done. But even worse things were waiting for me when I got home. My mother was dead. Killed, presumably also by my father. The next day, the town was overrun by military personnel. That's when the gag order was issued. Talking about the incident was unappreciated, a taboo. But even still, people stopped going outside when it rained. Country folk are very patriotic. We never tell our children about what happened. But these things find a way out of even the tightest of lips, in parts. People only speak of the killer in the red raincoat, which is where the legend of the Raincoat Killer comes from.
Quite a story.
After the incident, the gas seeped into the soil of the town. Even today, when it rains, a minute amount is released. That's why I never take my mask off when I'm outside. This town is dirty, York.
If what you say is true, then the killer is someone who is badly affected when it rains.
You need to draw the conclusions, not I. I have no conclusions.
Is there a connection between the red seeds and the gas, then?
This is just my own presumption. The seeds and the gas have a similar effect on our nervous systems. I believe someone figured that out and decided to use it. Or it could just be nature's way of getting back at us humans. York! Good news! You'll hear from George soon. They have found Thomas. I'll tell you one last and very important thing. Just as you suspected, everything I have told you is gibberish. I never hacked into the FBI server, and I certainly know nothing about the red seeds. I shall thank you for listening to an old man babble on.
Let me ask you one thing then, Harry. You're a businessman. You must be after something in return for giving me this information.
York, at times we must purge things from this world because they should not exist. Even if it means losing someone that you love.
That still does not justify murder.
Remember this. Everything changes in form. There isn't a single thing that can maintain its shape for eternity. Overlook this fact, you'll be making a big, big mistake.
Wow, my mic was muted the whole time. Yeah, so what Harry just said there about losing the ones you love was actually what we heard when we were in the Nightmare World or whatever it's called. And we caught Thomas, so now we're confused. So far, we have two suspects. We have Harry, because the story about the Raincoat Killer, he seems to know quite a bit. Plus, his little quote that he said kind of made him suspicious. And then Thomas, because Thomas seemed to be the one who hacked into the filing safe and threw it into the water. What is he hiding? Who knows? So we'll definitely be checking this out. Harry could have hired Thomas to do it. Thomas was giving Harry information. Who knows? Thomas has the that persona of like not really being a killer, but if this gas thing is true, like Harry is saying, might be changing his behavior when it rains. Got a lot of mysteries here to solve, guys, but I think we have two suspects on the a couple other ones that we thought are dead. They're not the ones. I'll have to figure it out. Yeah. Can't believe we're already in the next chapter. We're like moving on now, guys. Getting there. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? I like this game. It's cool. I like the story, but oh, the bugs just kills it. It's sad that this is such an old game. You need to keep a close eye on her.
York,
Definitely.
we found Thomas.
Ah, he's at his house, right?
How did you know that?
Timing, Emily. Good timing.
Ugh, whatever, just get in. George is
Long
heading
time is
over there
right.
already. Let's get a move on.
And I have to drive.
Zach, things are finally starting to come together. All we need now is for Thomas to fill in the blanks in our new legend.
Alright, let's get to driving. 5,000 yards? What? Oh gosh! We have to protect Emily, guys. But what if Emily's the one behind this all this, right? Thomas said, I'm not in that game. Are you sure, bro? Are you sure you're not to this game? Let's make this progress. Oh! Weird looking sirens. Imagine a popo chasing you in this car. Wee, 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 wee. This is the police. But there's no gas in this car? Like, is this like the main mission? The light is back on. All right, things are looking pretty good, guys. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, go. He's playing that kind of music too. Look at that. I screwed up, guys. Extra long distance. I get points for that? Oh! He lives in the apartment complex. There's George. Coming for you, Thomas. Slap those handcuffs on, bro. What the heck was that?
George, what's happened?
We received an anonymous call informing us that Thomas returned home. I sent Emily to get you right away.
No idea who made the call?
No. That's why I came on ahead, to see if the information was correct. A light did come on, but only for a second. I saw a tall male silhouette in the window. It was Thomas.
Okay, I'm going in. You two wait here.
Hey, what's up, Skylines?
We'll be ready to burst in at any moment. Just call out.
Yeah, we're gonna arrest that Thomas, guys. Thomas, I'm coming for you, bro.
Zach, it's the same in the countryside after all. The climax of an investigation is always in an apartment.
Footprints. I see footprints. Okay. Pretty clean house. Got a table on the, or phone on the table with no cord. Uh-oh. I like games with less childish storyline. Reminds me of Max Payne. Right. Very true, Skylines. I like it a lot. The biggest issue is the bugs, the glitches, the workarounds, the frustrations, but all in all, I do enjoy the story in the game. I think it's great. And yes, you are right about the childish storylines. A lot of games are just... This one's actually like...
Too much noise.
different mindset.
We're still missing a vital piece of the puzzle.
He uses that phrase a lot. Alright, so it looks like... Oh, what the heck? Oh, that's not creepy at all. Red wig, this confirms our suspicions, Zach. Uh-oh. Who had the red hair? I don't remember. What are you doing with a mannequin in your house in the first place? That's already creepy. Oh, wait a minute. What if it's Carol? Okay, so we got the red wig, right? What else do we have here? Anything in here though? I'm his biscuit. Okay, that's the music. Oh, we saved the game. We don't want to crash right now. We crash, I will cry. Yeah, red hair. But the red hair, I think, really leads to oh, cherry pie. Yeah. My cherry. Somebody bent it. Who bent my cherry pie? Let's go in the bathroom here. Somebody had pizza. Look. Oh, it's one of those Alfredo pizzas. I'm gonna grab that. There's a window here, but I'm not gonna worry about that right this moment. But let's see what's in the fridge. Hot coffee. Another mannequin with the okay, there's something wrong. Whoa. Woman's clothing. Stop. Guys, something ain't right here. We'll take the cigarettes. Take the lollipop. Who knows how to live, right? Coffee and pizza. Hey, that's the way to do it. Oh. Got a lot of like music things. Stress. If there's one. Values or costumes. Whoa, 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 whoa. Isn't that like what we heard when we was at Diane's museum? Moon Journey? Why? Look, this guy's got trash bags in his sink. Thomas's shoes. Shoes were found in the bathtub. They were wet, which means the person didn't have time to take them off. Whoa, something ain't right here, guys. Let me guess. There was a back door to get out of here. Oh. Profiling. So we got shoes and a red wig. Right? Okay. All right, so his shoes were there. It's locked.
Huh?
Uh-oh. Series of it must room. Okay. Boot prints. But the boot prints, we saw a shoe. But a cigarette. It's getting serious now, guys. Yeah. Not as clean as I thought it was. Here we go. Profile started.
So, Thomas wants us to look around for him a bit more. So there's more to it. Kind of like the bonus footage on a DVD. I hope it's worth watching. Don't you agree, Zach?
York? What was that noise? Damn it! We need to seal off all routes out of town.
No need for that, George.
Huh?
If he was going to leave town, he would have done so by now. Which means he's still got some unfinished business.
Uh-oh. We know what his plan is. Okay. That's for the apartment. Money. Money. Got 20,000. Yeah. Okay, so we didn't get Thomas, but We'll get him. He's being suspicious, though, for sure. He's up to no good. Where is he? Wow.
Zach, do you think they heard what I said?
We don't have to make a fuss. Thomas isn't going to leave town. That gives us plenty of time to find a way to view the bonus footage.
Okay, where's this bonus footage? Never mind. It's showtime. Let's dance. Oh, we're actually out in the real world. Most of it seems kind of blocked, but it's kind of nice to see. Now we can play more of the Nightmare world. Aww. Let's save it real quick. It's getting interesting now. We never actually explored the city while we're in this world. Okay, so we're grabbing a car. Oh, wait. Open that up. What do we got? Got some ammo, 10 millimeters. Let's go. Oh, you want to dance? Who was asking?
Great. Bullseye. Bullseye. Yes.
You just asked me. There's a bunch of you guys. Okay, well, I'm not going to sit here and try to take you all on because that's not going to work. Let's get in the car. Wow, we're getting in the car. Ooh. This looks pretty good. I wonder if they can pull me out of the car. A lot of this seems blocked off, so I think we just got pretty much like a defined path. Yeah, we got like a pre-layout, so we can't really... Holy mackerel, what the... Yeah, we can't explore much, guys. These guys are coming out of nowhere. See the hands. Oh! Let's keep going. I see a bunch of red wall blocking. Burn on them. Now and sniper. Yards. There's a bunch of these guys in the town. Look at that. Yeah. Oh. Roadkill. Holy shoot, what the?
Is that Anna?
Uh-oh, my character's losing it. Gotta chase her on foot. There she is. Why do I feel like following her is a bad idea, guys? What the heck is that? Bats? Oh I've never seen those before. Oh, I can't save it. No. I think we gotta go this way, guys. But man, she's got me running crazy on foot. Even the music is trolling, right?
Not this way, Zach. We need to keep her in sight.
Okay. How the heck did I lose her? Oh. We're running this way. Follow Anna. Where is she taking us? Seriously, didn't we just come from here? We're going in circles. Oh, it made me start over. Really? Running after the ghost, legit plan, right? Very bad plan. I don't know where he get this idea where he thinks it's a good idea. You're fired! What do you guys think? What do you think? This is ghost lady here. Which way is she going? Probably because we lost sight of her. That could have been what happened. I went this way last time. All right, come on, lead the way. He didn't give me a path. Oh, there she is. Diner? Oh, shoot, get ready. Something's happening. Yeah! Oh! Oh, we're in trouble, boys. What the? What the deuce? Oh! All right, Raincoat Killer. You want to dance? Let's dance. What What the? This don't look like the diner I remember. He doesn't want to come in here. And he grabs a cigarette. Perfect timing. That way, Zach, just follow her, right? I think we saw her ex-boyfriend, maybe. Something's going on, guys.
I almost became a goddess of the forest myself. Although I think the look might suit me. What do you think, Zach?
Okay. Let's move on, see what else we have. But he's not coming after us, which is perfect. That we can sleep. Got that. We're definitely gonna save. Right? Let's screw it. Alright, let's check our tired and hunger level here. Character is a little woozy. Alright. So... that should be good enough for now. So we got our hunger and put that up, guys. Oh, are we actually going to go in the kitchen? And nothing's weirder than a TV at the end of the hall. Oh, what the? Oh, scared the jibbities out of me. Holy mackerel, dude. Oh, God, what the? Kamikaze son of a gunners. Y'all kill themselves? Thank goodness. Alright, we got a creepy TV at the end of the game, guys. Or at the end of the hall here. If that's a TV, I don't know what that is. Something else. Oh, it's a record player. Oh, I thought it was a TV for a second. Thomas's apartment. Wait a minute. This will be Nick's kitchen, right? Diner has something to do with this mystery, guys. Oh, Nick might be a suspect again. I almost feel like there's no point of profiling unless we get all the clues. He looks like a girl, right? He said, not the copy, no!
Too much noise. We're still missing a vital piece of the puzzle.
Vital piece of the puzzle. Oh, we need to find this vital piece of the puzzle, because once we find it, we are good. Okay, well, let's turn it on, see what happens. Got the music playing. We're gonna take some country ham. Play the drums. We'll take some more root beer. Root beer sounds really good right now. Wait a second. Oh, okay, hold on. We got a door right over here. This is a bad area, guys. Okay, we're blocked in. Something's about to go down. Here goes the mannequins again. Door just looks, and that's the only door to go through. Oh boy. Uh-oh, his face. What the heck?
I see you.
Retrix! Run for your life! Oh my gosh! Oh, he's coming. He's coming. He's coming. Oh, I gotta push. I'm dead. Ooh! Run! Run away! Run away! He's coming. He's coming. I didn't know I had to push, guys. Push it. Gotta push it to the limits. Oh, run! Oh, he tried to hit me. I don't know what that was, but I'll buy it. I'll take it. I'm out of there. He's after me, guys. What? Oh my god, he is on my booty cheeks. Oh gosh, I'm in trouble. Go to the door, what are you doing? This is so weird. This is, oh dear jeez, really? Why you gotta go so slow on the doors? Dude, you better keep running. Oh, what the? Oh no.
Where are you hiding?
We need to know who that is. Underneath! Oh my gosh! Guys, we gotta keep quiet. I forgot what button we had to press. Holy crap. Yeah, definitely can't see him, right? I'm hiding so good. Oh gosh, hold the breath, hold the breath. Definitely can't hear me gasping for air. We got this, guys. Come on. Whose shoes is that? Oh, we're in big trouble.
Where are you?
He seems very upset. It's a good thing I didn't go in that closet. He would have grabbed me right out. We're in big. He's gonna try to listen. Nope. I'm trying to go by the boots. Who is it? It might be Thomas. Or maybe it's this hairy guy. Maybe he really is not handicapped and he's just playing a little game. Okay, come on, come on. He's mad. There you go. That's how you break a door. Holy macaroni. Oh,
Zach, this is a waste of time. Let's go.
Okay. So what's over here then? Wow, yeah, we'll definitely take all these. Here goes the mannequins again. Well, this is where he was pursuing us. He didn't want us to look around, but now we can look around.
Bullseye. Yes. Amazing.
Alright, reload. Okay. long, creepy hallway, guys. But before we go down that creepy hallway, just a moment. Hang on, guys. see what's gonna happen here once we get towards the end here again. Yeah, I definitely see. Oh gosh, not again. He got me? Shoot. Oh! Hey. Wait a second. Wait a second. When he did this, it might be that one guy who talks in poetic, the guy that works for Harry. Here he is behind all this. I mean, I guess that would be an obvious given. It's that guy. What's his name? Mark or something. I'll have to get his name again. We have his card. Take a peek in there. It's probably something bad, but hey, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Huh?
Ooh, Thomas's badge. Oh gosh. Okay, door's open. Let's watch ourselves, guys. Not me. It's definitely you.
Great. Nice shot. Amazing. Nice shot.
Load it up real quick. Wow. Got Thomas Sheriff's badge. So crazy. That was one of the clues. Oh no, man. Something happened to Thomas? Most of the victims have been females. Okay. That was a nice knife, too. Let's head up out of here. Oh, boy. He's above us. Sounds like something's above us, guys. We're at the door. Oh boy, let's go. Oh. Things again. Solid coming in with the cheers. Thank you, bro. Really appreciate it, dude. today. Not today. Get ready for it, guys. Get ready for it. I don't know how many bullets. It's the same thing. Gotcha. Alright, so we got another medium med kit. What in the world? Right, what's up, Salad? Yeah, it's a weird game, bro. You don't want to know. This is like by far the weirdest game, but the most hardest game to get to work. Like, this game is buggy, like really bad. Alright, what else do we have? And you know what's weird? This game is old, bro. A lot of people haven't heard about this game. I'm one of them. Alright, let's take it out. Come on. No more. No more. Let's go. Come on. Show yourself. Okay, a little more. A little more. Come on. Dodge a smoke. Dodge a smoke. Go to this left wall here. Let's go. Let's get him. Let's get her. 3, 2, 1, and okay, go to the roof. Come on. There we go. Okay, jump to the floor. Get ready for the dodge. Dodge it up. All right. She's gonna go to the right side of the wall. Nope, left. Okay, never mind. She switched to the roof. Alright, we knocked her right on down, guys. And she dropped nothing because she's cheap. And there's another one. Dang it. Come on, let's dance. Come on. Oh, what the? Oh, gosh! It's got me! Oh, no! Get off of me! Painful, man. That is painful. You need to stop that. You know, you've been a very naughty girl. Seriously? Holy. This thing is getting me good. It wants a kiss? No. Farted at you, bro? Right. Alright, we need to step back a little bit here. What the? How is she getting me every single time? Like, once they get you good. Yo, I need health, guys. Oh no, not good. That's right, come on. Reload! Okay, we got her, thank goodness. And she drops nothing, wow. More? Of course.
Bullseye, yes. 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 Nice shot.
Seriously? Wow. Shooting him had no effect. I need, of course. Oh boy. But how come it sounds like the almost like the other monsters almost? Wow, that's weird. No items. Wow. This is what happens when you make your girlfriend mad, you know. Thank you guys. Yeah, you guys are doing really good though. You guys are doing really good on the statistics and stuff, guys, with the channel. So wait, what is this room? This is the piano room. I'm telling you, there's something to do with we're gonna keep this outfit on. Not go through there yet. Grab this. What is this? Take the root beer because we're going to need it. Okay, now set up the toolbox. We do need a med kit, guys, and it looks like we have 2 large ones, so let's grab one. Okay. Okay. Got it. Maybe it's tricks, right? Not mine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, guys. Did we save it? We didn't even save it yet. Save it up. Let's see. Now we need to save it. Okay, here we go, guys. Next part. It's locked. Huh. Okay, there's a couple switches we're gonna need to hit here probably very quickly. Oh, I see the lights. Alright, I think we're on a time limit. Maybe not. Okay. Push the button. Just push it, push it. There we go. Alright, doors open. Let's go. Locked. Nothing to do with the music. There is one more switch. Light switch is all red now and the switches don't seem to work. Wait, what? Oh. There we go. Okay, so the door is opening. Let's go through and see what we find. Maybe it again. Here we go. We got more mannequins. Mannequins. The thing that I hate the most. Mannequin. They're gonna jump at us. No? Not gonna jump at me this time, Raincoat Killer? No? Okay, here we go. What's all this? Oh, we got some enemies up ahead. I'm telling you. This item anymore, you should return. Sword is pretty good. I think I've used it before. Get rid of the crowbar. But it has more durability though, so I think I'm gonna keep the crowbar, to be honest. Actually, we can send it to the toolbox. Yeah, we'll do that. Send it to the toolbox. Didn't even think about that. Yo, did everybody get their holiday emotes thing going on? Alright, we should be at the end now. Come on, you want to dance, buddy?
Nice shot. Amazing. Nice shot. Yes.
Goodbye. You want to dance, lady?
Amazing. 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 Yes. Great.
And yo. Reminds me of the lady of like Fallout in the beginning of the game. We've got bottles of something here. Bottles of what? Spider webs here. They don't want me to get past this, guys. I said no. You shall not enter. How much do you want me to push? Gotta push it to the limits. Oh, whoa! You just kind of glided over here, didn't you? That's fine, but that's kind of spooky. You freaked me out there. Thomas, you're making me hungry, bro. Guys,
amazing.
Shoot this zombie. You want to drop anything or what? No? Just give me points? Okay, goodbye. You're getting headshot points though. Aren't you, you guys? Holding a little weapon there, aren't you, buddy?
Nice shot. Bullseye. Great. Amazing.
Bye-bye. How much bullets do I actually have? Quite a bit. There's a lot of these creatures, guys. A bunch of them. Ooh, break it, break it, break it, break it. We need to push through. Oh gosh, what the?
Amazing. Yes.
What's on the ground here? Bullets? We'll take them, because I need to start using the submachine gun. I can't that emote? Wait, what? I can't that emote. Can't you do, Jim? What happened, bro?
Yes.
How did she get on fire? That girl is on fire. Oh,
Great.
got you down there, buddy. What else is around here? Anything good? Secrets? Nothing. Okay. This item. Take it in, put it away, put it in the toolbox, whatever it is we want to do, guys, doesn't matter. Let's get out of here, though. Done. It's getting red. Why is it so red in here? Oh, shoot.
I see you.
Run like the chicken. He must run now, get away from the killer van. Subvade and dodge that swing beat. Keep on dodging. Yo, I dodged just in time. Goodbye. He's trying to slice me up, guys. He's trying to slice me up. Oh, he's on me now. He's gonna take another shortcut. Ah! Oh, it changed. No. Oh. Oopsie daisy. Alright, so I got a little carried away with the E button. I mean, the R button. You're fired! Shout. Alright, it could be E and it could be R. Oh no, he got me. What the? How did he get over there, though? How'd you get over there? How'd you do that? This guy's a master at work. Now let's try it again. Dodge it up. Dodge it up. Come on. Look at my guy. He's in the FBI. Doing his thing. Dodging it. Try to get me again. I'm not gonna let you, bro. Seems like he's stuck. He ain't even chasing me, guys. Yep, he's glitched. Which is fine for me. Let me get out of there. Don't chase me, buddy. Just stay where you are. Oh, wow, he's moving quick. Oh, he's taking shortcuts. That's right, you stay stuck right there. Ooh-wee. Do here? Oh, what the? Oh, what the? No. your face.
Great, great.
Okay. We're so good, guys. We gotta hide it down. Hide it down. See what else you got up here. Climbing up top, climbing on down. Not gonna smack me. Nope. Okay, so what is this? A piano. I'm saving the game, guys, before we go doing anything. Save. Okay. Bunch of mannequins and... Oh, this is the Carol. Carol? Or the guy working with Gary. They both have a piano fetish. This isn't how they taught me. So, to use ice picks? What an ice pick. Wait.
Huh?
Song, sorry. Something you hear like on a ghost ship. Oh. Again? Yeah! Ooh, Matrix. Oh gosh, he is onto me. You're fired! Oh, fire it up, guys. Fire it up. Fire it up. Keep going. Look at him. Look at him. He's trying to get through, guys. Run. My God, Zeus, what's up, bro? Oh, look up in the bar. Ah, the arrow chick. He has something to do with all this. I think she was trying to set Nick up, maybe. Forgot about her. She's also another suspect. Yeah, buddy.
That's one bizarre setup. Whoever made this must be crazy.
Okay. What do we do? We just stab the moose in the head? Oh. We've never been here before, guys. Or it does open. Here, but see, Thomas works the bar right here. Let's save it, actually. This safe. In the #1 spot. Okay. How are we looking, guys? So who's the #1 chatter right now in the chat? I like that. Actually pretty. Also, guys, don't forget, if you want like free sub points and stuff, guys, you guys are more than welcome to actually check that out too. He remove? Oh no, it's right down there. Wait. Where? Where did it go? Now let's see what happens. I'll set it up later. We're just gonna, looks like we're just gonna go ahead and take that back room. Don't rig the bank heist, right? Ooh, there you go. Now you guys are getting it, see? Down here. Same doors we've been seeing the whole time. Unbelievable. Oh, wow. It's the leather I think we were hearing in our profiling.
Zach, okay, so it's not bonus footage. It's still part of the main feature. Perpetrator is exactly who I thought it was.
First things first. We'd better let poor Nick go.
Uh-oh. Oh! We were not paying attention. Uh-oh. Knew there was something up. He is psycho.
I dream of you like a god. There is something funny about this song we hid behind the door. They should see us. I am silly, hey.
Oh, wait a minute, the wig. Is that Thomas? Oh my gosh, guys, that's crazy.
There is something funny.
Oh my gosh. I knew there was something wrong with this guy.
Behind the trolleys, they should see us.
Wow.
I am silly haze from the night.
This game a completely twist. I thought one of two things. I thought it was Carol, Thomas, or the guy that works for Harry. Those were my three suspects. Thomas, there's something wrong with you. But the problem is, since we've been knocked out and captured, if he doesn't kill us, then maybe he's not the murderer. Just has this weird obsession, right? I don't know. I'm gonna find out. Easy. Okay. That is some Bobo Jobo. You're kind of high in that red dress, right? Look at Thomas. Oh my God, Thomas. They're picking on you today. Oh man. Oh, we got press okay. I just can't believe what just happened. We just got knocked out. So what's happening with George and previously during the investigation, Zach's view? The Zach see? Yeah, I saw your message about the chatter thing. So the chatter thing does work? I thought it wasn't working. The game freeze. The game froze. Oh, wait a second. Let it load, maybe. Hold on. We'll just let it load real quick. Hopefully it loads in. Okay, so it doesn't look like it's going to load as much as I don't want to, guys. We're gonna have to quit, but I think it's saved anyway, so these crashes do happen a lot. Chapter 21? How far have I made? I think we're almost done with the game, guys.
Previously during the investigation. Okay then, Zach. Let's pay Harry another visit and get to the bottom of all this.
And that one. And that one too. All red seeds.
Welcome, York. The killings 50 years ago. There is something about it that you won't find written in those files. The people were attacking and killing each other, rampaging as though insane.
Quite a story.
York, I told you, it's nothing more than local folklore.
What does that all mean?
It's called The Legend of the New Raincoat Killer.
York, we found Thomas.
Zach. Okay. so it's not bonus footage. It's still part of the main feature. Perpetrator is exactly who I thought it was.
Wait, what the hell?
Dad? Dad?
Come on, boy, or it'll be too late.
But hold on, Dad. Hold on. I need to explore the woods because I'm a little kid and I like scaring myself. It's a dead end. Oh. Okay. Playing as a child. Let's move on. Guys, somebody's got to win that jackpot in slots, man. Somebody's got to win it. Nobody's won it, and it's 7,000 retro coins. The reason why it's so high is because I did contribute quite a bit too.
Dad?
You could donate retro coins to the
Come on,
jackpot
boy,
too, guys, if you
or
want.
it'll be too late.
What's it? Almost forgot my own command. Hey, there you go, guys. There you go. Congratulations. Let's up that jackpot a little bit for you guys. Oh, solid, so close. You got a popcorn, a kappa, and a nuke. Okay.
Dad?
Right. Well, I'll donate them.
Come on, boy, or it'll be too late.
Dad, I'm coming. Yeah. So I don't know. What are you guys' thoughts on the game? Just got knocked out by a sheriff. Just as a woman. Why not? Right? Look at Zeus. Zeus is like, I'm not playing no mini games. I brought Banks. Okay, so I don't know where we're going. We're playing as a little child and we're running through the woods and we're looking for Dad and we can't find Dad. Where is Dad? I don't know. Somewhere.
Dad?
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 Come on, boy, or it'll be too late.
Dad is playing hide and seek. Okay. Wanna play hide? And that's even coming from Trick Spot. Look at that. You guys see that? What the hell is that? I hear something. Oh.
Dad?
Come on, boy, or it'll be too late.
Let's get inside. I want some Taco Bell, man. We've been talking about Taco Bell every day, and I haven't gotten any yet. I want a loaded potato grill. I don't know why I'm just craving it. About the potatoes, something. No idea. Why does he run like he's pounding beef? Whoa, what just happened?
Daddy?
Right. That's cool, solid. Yeah, I'll probably be getting on some Call of Duty soon. I was supposed to get on earlier, but the crew I was supposed to get on with, they weren't. Let's see who's out. Maybe we'll do some like late night call, chill, just chat session. Oh, a couple people. Did Speedy ever get it yet, Solid? Whatever that is over. Found some beef. Yeah, it does feel like we're like what like something here, right? Brian Alexander Morgan. I knew it! Oh, wait, Morgan. York Morgan. That's me, so that's my dad, Brian. I'm confused. Did Harry tell the story of me? Yo, this is some mobile jobo. What? Oh, you got 2 more minutes, Zeus. You know what? I hope I don't win it, but I just want to type A. Man, guys, let's get some Jenga. Jenga's a pretty easy one. You do win coins. You can't lose them. You win a pretty good amount. Or the chances of losing are less likely. Let's just say that. What are we doing here? I forgot what does TrickSpot give you a message saying not yet, or you have to wait, or what, or is it just not letting you guys do it?
Are you okay?
Check the Jenga. Dog. Oh, there's a 2-minute cooldown for Jenga. Okay, this is a 2-minute wait, guys. 120 seconds. This game is weird.
You are waiting here for someone, aren't you?
The person you are waiting for will be here soon.
What the heck? The peace sign.
Grandpa, wake up!
Oh, this was the beginning of the game. I remember this part.
Grandpa, hey!
Oh, Emily. Sorry, my dear. I must have fallen asleep.
That's enough napping for today. Tell me the rest of the story.
Yes, of course. That was our promise, wasn't it? Before I continue on, though, I've got a little gift I want to give you.
Wow. It's pretty.
Consider it a protective charm. Like a signpost.
That's my character, but I'm a grandpa.
Through your life.
A signpost?
One day, my dear, you will find out one of the truths of this world. That the world is filled with contradiction and inequality. When that day comes, how you respond? What do you do? That will be the instant that determines.
Yeah, that's me. Look. What?
This pendant will show you the way in that moment.
The value of my life?
Yes, dear. The value of your life. I have faith that you will grow up into a woman who can make the right choices. Do you understand, Emily? We come toward the climax. As the angel said, I was soon fated to meet him. What do you think of those dreams, Zach? So I do care for Emily.
What about you? We should take this opportunity and talk about this a bit.
My microphone.
If I hadn't seen Yor come into the bar, well, you wouldn't have found this place, would you? Now, how about that? I guess I've always been lucky when luck was needed. That's why I've been able to stay in business, too. Although we have Willie to thank for finding this room, I suppose. He's got a great nose. Clever, too.
Wow.
A great businessman if he wanted to be.
What happened to Thomas?
I owed you guys one anyway. And I owed York big time, too. You guys didn't tell anyone about that whole thing with Diane. I want to help you guys out. Is there anything I can do?
Kaysen, I appreciate the offer. But this is a police matter. You can leave everything to us from here.
Oh, well, okay.
George, look.
Wait, so I'm not here?
These cigarettes. They're the same brand that York smokes. He's definitely been here.
Carol's been missing since the bar closed last night. This town will be deserted if this keeps up.
What do you think is really happening here in Greenvale?
Emily, let's focus on looking for York. I just hope there are more leads than a cigarette butt around here.
Hey, Willie, of course! You can track his scent, can't you, boy? What do you think, officers? Let him help you out, why don't you? Oh, he'd make a fine police dog.
I told you we don't need...
Sounds good, Kaysen. We need all the help we can get. Come on, George, let's let them help us.
But they are civilians.
Do you have a better plan? As we speak, York might be...
Wow. Getting deep. That nuke command keeps jumping in those slots a lot, guys.
All right. Let's have them help.
Where did I find it?
But
You don't want to know, Zeus. All right.
York missing in action.
I like weird games, bro.
York would give me hell if something bad happened to you guys. So promise me you'll call for backup at the first sign of danger.
Yes, of course.
I think we're missing something here. So I'm going to look around a bit longer. You go with Kaysen and follow York's trail.
Thank you, George.
I mean, Thomas
counting on
making
you, boy.
biscuits in the beginning of the game
Welcome
kind
to
of
the
makes
force,
sense.
Deputy Willie.
Happening to us.
Let's get rolling then.
Okay, I'm counting on you,
Got
Willie.
Well, what? How do you bark with your tongue
Not
sticking out?
counting on me, though, are you? Sheesh.
Oh, I get to play as Emily? What?
Hey, where are you going? Deputy Willie, he's over here. Come on, hurry.
Oh, I can't save it?
Hey, where are you going? Deputy Willie, he's over here. Come on, hurry.
Check this out. Check this out. I know we can play as different characters. That's cool. Awesome. Alright, here we go, here we go. Where we going, Willie? Where we going? Where we going? Okay, where'd he go? I don't even know what song this is. Does anybody know what song this is? There's no cars. I'm just gonna run in the street. He doesn't crouch. I don't think he really plays. It just probably just during this scene, I guess. Here we go. Willie, where are we going? Okay. This guy's weird because he likes to carry his plant everywhere. Oh, for a big guy, he can run. And ladies and gentlemen, right now we have a race against Emily and Kaysen. Emily seems to be in the lead, but Kaysen is definitely keeping up while he is running with boots and his overalls, right? Overalls, whatever you want to call them, with his plant in his hand. We're by a bunch of houses. Oh, we're here.
He can be a little selfish, but he's a good dog. He stayed with me all this time, through all the good and the bad.
How long have you been together?
Oh, we go back a long time. I can't even remember a time when he wasn't around.
I had a dog when I was small, too. He was a beagle, so we named him B. Stupid name, I know. He hated being left alone and always followed me around. I could tell him anything, even things I couldn't tell my parents. He'd look into my eyes and listen intently to anything I had to say. It's like he sympathized, and he didn't make fun of me. He would just listen. When I was done talking, he'd put a paw on my thigh. My worries just faded away when he did that. Made me feel like I was just a fool for worrying.
It's okay,
so
Zeus. I think a few of them went to Call of Duty right now.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes I think they got a lot more wisdom than us humans. Even if they are betrayed. Well, they don't see it that way. Sure sounds foolish, but you know dogs, why, they're always happy. I'm positive that even if man perishes off the face of the earth, dogs, why, they'll just carry on, regardless. They see everything, you know. From their dog houses, they look out and they see what humans do.
Kaysen.
Uh-oh.
Oh, look, Deputy Willie's calling for us. He's always like that. Let's get back to the chase.
Back to the chase. That was a weird little conversation we just had. You just howl like a wolf. Oh, you're not gonna beat me, Kaysen. No, not today. Emily's going in the lead. Oh. Hey, Kaysen, wait. Hey, come here. Come here. Hey. Don't cut the tree. All right, Kaysen, he reruns pretty fast. You going in here? No. Here we go. Ah, we're getting somewhere.
Thomas, I know that you're there. Your disposition is not of my concern. But you do need to stop this. Untie me. Let me go. Right now. And you and Carol should take off. Go as far away as you can. Open a bar or a diner in a new town. With your cooking, I know you do well.
Why, thank you, York. You're so kind. Unlike him.
If I had someone like you, things may not have come to this.
What?
York, have you ever been in love with someone?
Thomas, a long time ago, I witnessed two people that I really cared about die.
What a
both
weird conversation I had
at
while
the
being
same
tied
time.
up.
And since then, I've tried not to care about anyone so deeply, but recently that way of thinking has changed.
Emily, right? She's a nice girl.
You're fired!
But I must warn you, York. You'd be better off not falling in love with her.
Thomas, considering the circumstances, whatever I say might not be important to you, but I'll say it anyways. Don't you dare touch Emily.
York, I think I've said too much. It's natural to respond when someone talks to you, I guess. Everything will end tonight. You just stay there until then.
I knew there was something wrong with this guy. Wait, we got like an electric pole over there. Thomas is leaving out at the door, guys. We gotta check our surroundings. Looks like we're underground. It feels like. Hey, what the heck? Oh, the music soundtracks are just so random. All right. No. Hey, can I save the game now? Thank you. Am I gonna be playing as Emily for the rest of the game? Oh, what the? Does she sees that, or? Oh, we're going to the police department. I don't get it. What the heck?
What's wrong? Something's bothering you.
Oh no, it's just I promised to have tea with Polly. I just remembered.
What's that got to do with anything?
Yep, you're right. This just isn't the time, I know. But it's, well, she reminds me of my mother who passed away.
Kaysen.
I've been a salesman for a long, long time. I never had time to talk with my mother, you know. Sales, they were the thing for me. No matter what happened, this was more important. So even when she was sick, I put more energy into my work, which I regret now. And you know, when I heard she died, I was on my way home, all happy. I closed a big deal in Jersey. Just when you want to give something back, you got no one to give it back to. Well, that's when I met her, Polly. I thought heaven had given me another chance. I really did. So I always stay in that hotel whenever I come up here. Oh, sure, the rooms are great, but in all honesty, I go there because I want to talk with Polly.
Does Polly know all this?
No way. I'd never say anything so embarrassing to her. She'd think I've got some crazy mother. You're fired!
Oh, yeah.
Right, let's get going. Deputy Willie disapproves of any chit-chat. I'll make it up to Polly some other time, I guess.
It's nice to watch a stream and not have to sit watching an ad for a while. Yes, that sub badge, bro. Yeah, we do ad-free viewing for subs. Some channels don't. I don't know why. Like, what's the point of being a sub if you gotta watch ads, right? You know, you go to those websites and they just say donate $1 or $2 or $5 a month and do ad-free viewing. I mean, that's the way to go. So, dog care keeps stopping. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Zach, I'm hungry, but I can't do much about that at the moment.
Thomas is certainly a great cook.
It's a shame to keep his cooking hidden out here in the countryside. Don't you think so, Zach?
Ugh.
Which reminds me, there's another great cook in town.
Nick.
To fall in love with her would mean that I would need to love her cooking, too. Why does God test us so, I wonder?
That coffee she made. Man, did that pack a punch. I wish you could have tasted it, Zach.
So now what? Did we just run all the way to the diner? I bet you that's what we're doing. Isn't that what we just did, though? Like, didn't we just come from there? Oh, we're not going to the diner, or are we? Where are we going?
No.
Oh, the diner, not the bar.
It's only a hunch now, but I don't think Nick killed Diane.
What do you mean?
Me and Diane, we were, you know, pretty close. I'm sure some people might have moral issues about it all, but I'd like to think that I knew her pretty well. Every time we finished talking, she'd bring up art. I'd make a face, you know, boring. And she'd always say, "You're so different from Nick. He's so much more intelligent."
Sounds like something she'd say.
Nick was one of the few people who she could talk to, you know. And vice versa for Nick, I suppose. Diane also told me that she was best friends with Nick. He'd have nothing at all to gain by killing her. I can't believe that one would try to kill the other. I just can't.
But even the best of friends can end up in the worst fights.
Still, the voices and footsteps I heard that night, they were something else. Much more violent, more horrifying. Diane's voice sounded different, too. Different. Hard to explain. Of course, I couldn't make out what she was saying.
You told York all this?
Of course I did.
What did he say?
I know, that's fine. Something like that.
So we're probably underneath in a diner.
Let's go then, and catch Diane's killer.
Testato, sperimentato.
Okay, let's go.
Studiato, testato, sperimentato.
So where are we going right now? Where is the dog taking us? And why come? Oh, we're gonna buy another phone.
Hey, where are you going? Deputy Willie, he's over here. Come on, hurry.
For 2 years, 7 months, and 6 days? All right. Oh, yeah.
Zach, about Emily.
What is going on with
Don't
us?
you feel almost nostalgic looking at her?
I don't think I've ever felt that way looking at a woman before.
No.
The character's going crazy down here.
It's a long time ago now, though. Do you remember that incident, Zach? Anyways, I was very
I
surprised.
feel like Ace Ventura with these pants on.
Not in a funny way. Don't get me wrong. It was really exciting, though. I thought I heard my heart thumping inside, you know?
It's inappropriate during an investigation. Right, Zach?
My character's losing his marbles right now. Take it. Right. Yeah, I think sometimes you gotta watch that. When you hit that refollow, it screws it up, bro. look, I'm running off track. Where am I going? Holy crap!
No. Check this out.
There we go. Now I'm beating Kaysen. On point that time. Yeah, you did good, bro. Where is he taking us? I'm following the dog.
Hey, where are you going? Deputy Willie, he's over here. Come on, hurry.
What the heck? Wow, he did that so you can get in front of me. You cheating little you. Hacks. Hacker. I'm gonna catch back up to you, Kaysen. Oh, I'm gonna beat you. Oh, I'm gonna beat you. Make a shortcut. Oh yeah, Kaysen, can't cheat now. Railroad track. Hey, we're running across the whole village.
Are you close to the Ingrams?
No, I mean, well, I always say hi when I see them at their store.
Don't you think they make a wonderful family?
I guess so. Including Jim, I suppose they do.
Indeed they do. The ideal family, I'd say. You know that I look after Isaac and Isaiah pretty often, right? They talk a lot when I take them out. Yesterday, Mama and Papa, and this morning, Grandpa. Always about their family. Just listening to them makes me feel so happy. I don't have any brothers, you know. Maybe I'm a little jealous of those two. That's why when I come here, I always pay them a visit. Greenvale is really like a second home to me.
I can tell.
Deputy Willie's calling again. Enough about me. Let's get going.
Back into the basement again?
For some reason in the darkness,
Oh my god, Jim. What
see
the
him in
heck are
his
those?
face.
Grandpa? Oh my god, from
when I
Hey
first met
Arnold?
her on the bridge,
Or no, wait.
so
Yeah, from Hey Arnold? I could have told that was Courage the Cowardly Dog or Hey Arnold.
her eyes when she argues every word I say, her blonde hair lit by the dawn, eating steak at the diner,
That guy's going crazy about Emily.
the horror on her face in the gallery, and that coffee she made. And it's like she's a goddess in a tight dress. Zach, let's pray that she doesn't become a real goddess.
Wow. What is wrong with my guy? He is fascinating about a lady while he's about to be tortured and cut to pieces. Maybe we're going to be hung up like a... Oh, it's raining. Oh, this is bad. And Kaysen is all along with this dog. This is bad news, guys. This is when the Raincoat Killer comes out. Oh, we are really running for it, aren't we? Oh, it's storming now, guys. It is storming it up. Yep. He was whistling every time he talks, right? The old man from Family Guy. Oh, from Family Guy? Man, I'm way off. Oh, there's that clock thingy that Harry was talking about. Oh.
Willie, York is nearby?
Uh-oh.
Good job, Willie. Can we stop running now, please?
Something's wrong here. Something's wrong here, guys. One thing that helps Emily is that, wow, look, now I beat Kaysen. One thing that helps us here is that, she's a cop. Was it? Yeah, there's something up with this place. think Thomas was like related to the soldiers or something. Look at those emotes.
Hey,
Yeah.
so we took the long route here. You weren't playing with us, were you?
George, we've found out where York is. George? George! Kaysen, I'm going in alone.
Hey, you didn't forget what George said.
No, I haven't. And that's why you get to stay out here and keep trying to contact him. I'm just going to check things out. I'll stay out of danger.
Uh-oh.
Trust me.
I like that one, Jay. That one's
if
pretty
you say
cool.
so. I'll take care of this here.
Oh, I get to play as Emily? So she plays in this world too? I don't get this game. She reminds me of like Sybil Bennett from Silent Hill. Oh my god, I like the zombies. What's wrong with her?
Freeze!
She's never seen this before?
Stop right there! Stop!
Oh, so this is her first encounter with these things. Uh-oh.
What the hell?
She has no idea what she just put herself into. Uh-oh.
York, Emily is here. Time to say goodbye then.
Thomas, let me tell you one more time. It's not too late. I can help you. Just untie me and let me go. If you don't, the situation will be irreversible, unfixable.
York, no situation is reversible. Didn't you know that?
Everyone, everything proceeds along a path preordained by fate.
You like the old one better? Yeah, I kind of do
then.
too.
I wonder who'll be the next person to open this door. Well, whoever that person is will be the one to decide your fate.
Wow.
Zach, what was I supposed to say? All I can do now is wait.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I don't like it either. I feel like there's She doesn't crouch or anything. She has like a weird posture. Oh, all she has is unequip and equip. 9mm handgun. Okay, but how does she look on items though? Alright, she has some bandages, a first aid kit, and one. Alright, so we got some healing items. Anything else though? Yeah. Oh no, bro. You just started to get used to the old one? Yeah. No, I agree totally. I would say like they try to make it user friendly, but I feel like now they put less on the screen to not confuse people. Like I'm looking at it right now. What I noticed is that now everything you just hit the you know, 3 lines and it's all categorized now. It's just all broken down. That's all it is. I think you can leave these open. I'm not sure. Let me refresh. No, so you gotta drop them down every single time. That's annoying. Yeah, that is pretty annoying. Alright, let's go ahead and move on. Oh, what the? Who do I attack first? Wait for me. Load it up there, Emily. Alright, guys, we're holding it down. At least for her, I'm not wasting too much ammo. She's got a good shot. She's coming for man, she's gonna get herself in trouble. Gosh. Oh, there. Try to grab me? What's wrong with you? We'll take the shotgun ammo, even though she doesn't even have a shotgun. Alright, let's gotta move on out of here. She moves quick. Like, look, she has a... You could tell she wasn't like a... Is that it? Oh, I'm getting those headshots rewards. What the hell? What's blocking me? Move! There we go. Oh, what the? What the heck? That zombie's on fire! Alright, we gotta watch ourselves here, guys. Move up. See, I don't like that black stuff on the wall because they can, like, crawl out through that, you know? Hey, how high is this place? You just wanted a hug. No hug for me, no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Hey, buddy. Alright. Gotta make each shot count because some of them drop things, some of them don't. It just depends. It makes her run faster. It's that. Yeah. This must be, bro. Look at her. She's on the road. She's an Olympic. Oh. Yeah, I'm in trouble. Run back. Stop moving! I'm trying to like one-shot them, but I can't because... Okay, I think we cleared up here, guys, which is good. None of them really dropped anything. Such a rip-off. I could have just ran past these guys to be real. I'm gonna be twerking, right? Okay, we got sleep. Save. Definitely take the medical supplies here. Let's save up real quick. She really need a sleep though? She does or not? Ah, everything's full on her. What's the point of her sleeping? Oh. Yeah, I'm on episode 9 right now. Done 9 episodes on this. But I feel like we're getting towards the end of the game, guys. I definitely feel the end. It's definitely near. We're not even gonna go to sleep, there's no point. Did save it, so. This is it. She doesn't know what she's in for. Okay, so now we're back into the regular world, I guess. You better have your gun out and ready because he's gonna get confused with Thomas. She's too kind-hearted. He's probably dressing up as a cop again. Who's her? So where is Carol? Speaking of that, I think our game just crashed. No, never mind. Oh, I skipped a cutscene. Go back. I want to watch the cutscene, yo.
Previously during...
Okay. Well, let's go back in. I don't want to miss that. Let's see what happened here. Let's let it load because I pressed something and it skipped it. Episode 4. Oh, you mean like the game? Well, no, like my title is episode 9. Yeah. But the game... There's no cutscene.
You dodge this.
What the hell is going on?
You pig. How's this? Take this. Take this. Take this. How's this? Dodge this.
Whoa.
You won't have it your way. I won't let you take him. I'll show you how serious I am. I'll turn you into hamburger meat.
What the heck?
What the deuce?
Take this. Eat this.
Something really wrong with you, bro.
Take this. How's this? How's this? Take this. Take this. Take this. You pig. You're gonna die, Emily. You're gonna die, Emily.
The heck? Did I do it right? No way to go. This game is weird. It feels like the chapters are going weird with the episodes. Like it doesn't make sense. Like I don't get it. It's like it goes back and forth. Like I don't know. The cutscenes are not working. Not good, guys.
Zach, was that a gunshot? I hope nothing terrible has happened.
Uh-oh. Hey!
Hey, Willie. Are you here with your owner?
Oh, wow, that's a smart dog. There's a med kit over there. I see that med kit. What the heck happened? Now we're free to do things. So first, let's grab the med kit because we need it. First of all, we need that. That's gonna help us tremendously here, guys. And then we have sleep, which I'm not gonna worry about. Let's double check. I think we're looking good, right? Because we slept enough on that chair. All right, let's save that game up real quick. We missed the cutscenes though, man, but it's all good. Maybe I could see something.
Previously during the investigation.
Alright, let's go. Okay, so there's Emily right there. Hold on. Casey's there too. Oh boy.
Hey!
York! Are you okay?
I'm fine. Got to spend some quality time with Zach. I heard gunshots. Did you get our man?
York, Thomas is dead. I shot him. He tried to kill me.
Thomas. I suppose that this is the fate you talked about. But Emily, what about the murderer?
I just told you I had to shoot Thomas.
Thomas's actions may have surprised you, I understand that. But our job is to catch the killer, isn't it? You didn't let the killer get away.
York, are you saying that Thomas was not responsible for the murders?
Uh-oh.
What? That makes no sense.
It's gotta be Kara
Are
or
you out of
Nick.
your mind? Thomas was certainly neck deep in this. But he didn't kill the girls. He has concrete alibis for all 3 murders. He also doesn't have the reverse peace symbol on his back. These are basic facts that for sure you haven't forgotten.
Then who?
I need you to be strong, Emily. If Thomas is not the killer, then there is only one other possibility.
Where's George?
The only one with free access to the department files, and doesn't have an alibi at the time of the killings. Love G himself.
George? George is the killer? And since when did you start thinking this?
I wasn't sure to start with, but you saw the pictures, right? In that secret room in Carol's bar. That was when I became 100% positive.
But George didn't have the tattoo on his back.
Ah, right. He doesn't have a tattoo on his back, but there is a pattern there.
What do you mean?
Emily, I'm not saying that the pattern was the tattoo. Remember what Harry said. There isn't a single thing that can maintain its shape for eternity. And George's back is a perfect example.
Hey, you two. Could you explain this so I can understand what's going on?
Emily, come in.
Emily here. I've rescued Agent York from the clock tower.
Thomas is dead. I was forced to shoot him.
I see. And you two were both all right?
York is a little weak, but we're heading back to the department now.
Okay. I'll do the same.
Funny how he contacted us now. Wow, Love G himself. Wow, so Thomas and George had a...
Emily.
Twisted.
George is a friend of yours, isn't he?
Yes.
Then what we are about to do is going to be tough to deal with. Are you willing to go through with this?
York, I'm deputy sheriff. This might be a small town, but I take pride in that. It's my duty to make sure that we catch all the bad guys in Greenvale.
Even if it means facing an end that I would never have hoped for.
Okay. Then let's get moving. This case is going to end at the sheriff's department.
Wow. But Carol's still missing.
This is madness. Willie, come on. Let's go with him. Chickening out now would be like leaving after eating the appetizers.
Oh, man. I mean, it does make sense. But then... that might explain why George didn't want the dog to help. Wow. It might be George. That's crazy. This is gonna be a big scene now. We're home.
Emily, I'm going in from the front. You secure the back.
Okay.
What should I do?
Kaysen, stay at the entrance.
No, don't cut me out now. If this was a movie, I'd be some minor nameless character. And I thought I was the cheerful sidekick that helps solve the case.
That's an interesting character, though. Oh boy, now we're at the weird police department. Oh, we're not alone. Let's get ready. That's why George cut the cord, though. You know, he cut the cord on Becky because he knew. Dang. He was at the place, waiting, supposedly. I mean, it does add up. Guys like Solid
Zach,
Snake
I
smokes a
thought
lot
we
of
might
cigarettes.
get a warm welcoming.
All right, shoot. Cannot carry any more items. Toolbox. Alright guys, so there's a lot going on here right now. Oh boy. This was probably the main room we needed to go to. We got Cracker. Ooh, Cracker sounds pretty good. This is George's place. Okay, let's save it first. Oh my god, I didn't save it. Let's open. Okay, so we got Saber. Stop put away. The only thing I don't have is AR. Able to get to be saved. Wow, so it was George the whole time? Needed a hidden room? Oh boy. Hey, you got the key for the hidden room. Let's go. Well, at least we kept Emily safe, but we gotta be careful because George might still harm. Hard it up, Jane.
You go through it.
Save it again, just to be safe, because the game likes to crash a lot, and we gotta save, and let's go. We're gonna be ready for us. That's party.
Bullseye. Great. Bullseye.
Alright. Extra for killing enemies? Cool. Key for cell number 9. So we actually do have to take down these enemies anyway in order to get keys. Alright. You know what, why not? Let's just finish you out there, buddy.
Shot. Nice shot. Bullseye.
He's down and out. We'll get some points for that. We did get a headshot, so give me some. Well. And we don't get any items, so let's go ahead and carry on.
Great. Amazing. Great. Amazing.
Oh, he tried to grab me. You saw that? Hey, what?
Amazing. Bullseye. Bullseye. Great. Great. Yes. Nice shot. Bullseye. Yes.
I'm gonna shoot him in the face. I don't know where I'm shooting at. I want that. Yeah, I want to make sure we put that in the. I don't want to carry that on me, but that is a fresh one that we'll need later on. Actually, switch weapons. SMG there.
Great. Amazing. Great.
Oh.
Bullseye. Nice shot. Great. Amazing.
What is this? I have a can of pickles on me, so we'll go ahead and grab it because then that's going to be 2 of them. Alright, let's reload.
Great.
I just realized that thing is not in mirror reflection, just me.
Bullseye.
The only one. Put it away. We got enough stabilizers on us already. What did this guy drop? Oh, he dropped the key, number cell 2. Okay, so we had to go in this room anyway. So let's go. Let's dash him out. Dash in through the room. In search of something. These look like a bunch of raincoats in here.
Yes. Bullseye. Great. Bullseye. Nice shot.
Oh, my aim. Got the med kit, guys, because we're going to need it. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and send that in. Ooh, yeah. Turn in a sandwich too. Why does that sandwich look so good? Like I want to eat it.
Great. Nice shot. Yes.
Down and out. This is a bunch of like the in this room. None of you guys dropped a key for me though. Put the shovel away, guys. Put that shovel away. Nothing in this room, guys. Head on out. Off your black. Yeah, we're back. Yes, well. Bum 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 bum. Check other room. The room before Thomas was like always in it too. Oh, what's behind this cabinet number 1? Oh, what the? Come on out, buddy.
Yes, great. Bullseye.
Gotcha. Next one. Press the button. Oi!
Amazing.
Aiming in this game is so weird. Like, oh, you dropped the key. Yeah, key cell number 6. Okay, a bunch of labeled room with keys. There's probably another enemy in here, but we'll do it anyway. Wait for it. Oh, I can't even shoot him in there, really?
Great. Bullseye.
Alright, he's down and out. Good, let's get out of here.
Bullseye.
Oh, what you drop? Key cell number 3. Alright, we're going down. Oh, these are all the cell keys. Oh, we're going in the basement. Oh, it's gonna get interesting. Always kind of figured it would be
Nice shot. Amazing.
This place is weird. Oh, it's gonna keep coming.
Amazing. Bullseye. Yes.
Yeah, you're right behind that wall, and you can stay right over there. Don't you dare. Okay, we got the keys. Let's go. inside. Put all these away. Good. I don't know, like this game, I guess, I think we are supposed to sleep. Like, look, we're good. This part of the game, there's no point. Okay, that's cell number... else. There's another key. We'll probably get to it soon. Or maybe it was... I don't know. Break this box, guys, so we can get whatever's in here real quick. Got her? I want to check all these other rooms first. We never got the Magnum or the AR. There's 2 guns in this game that probably would have helped us big time.
Great. Amazing.
Medium kit. Oh, I should have seen if I needed it or not. Yeah, cool. Just 1 cage we're missing.
Amazing.
He'll drop the key. Yep, I think so. Just got the cell key. Because we never know. There we go. We took away that thing now. Nothing. There's nothing else up top? I have to come back for it. Game, guys. We definitely want to save the game. Okay, we got that. Next room? Holy shoot, what the? One heavy door. Oh, I have to keep holding it the whole way. Oh, okay. Hold it the whole time. Put your back into it. Come on! Push it! Push it, and then once we get in, we're gonna be stuck. Gate open. Show on. Okay, cool. Bad room. This is a very bad room. Dog? Brace ourselves and get ready, guys. Here they come. Bunch of them. This is when we bring out the shotgun. Okay. Oh, what the? they shot me in the face with a shotty. Gotta do the, oh, you messed up, Solid. I don't think watch time works though, not here. Bum bum dum 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 dum. There you go. But the one we really use the most is the powers command. Here. There we go. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna do this again, and this time, shotgun ready.
You're fired!
Load it up, guys. We're loaded up. Okay, we got another little crowbar here, guys. Is it really? Yeah, it goes slow. Carol's earring. It is Carol, so it's not. I don't know if it's George or Carol or what. I showed you how to do all that. I know. I got you, bro. You already know. You're right. Heck? Let me guess. Peace. You got Carol's earring? Yeah, so whatever happened to Carol? She just went missing in the game. Like, we've never known what happened to her. Oh, here goes the cigarette again. Here it goes. Okay. All right. Looking pretty good. Carol did just kind of go MIA. Cut her hair? Oh, wait, what?
Carol!
Sign. Well, Emily can see this world then. She's in trouble now. He ate the seeds.
Carol!
Uh-oh.
Are you okay? George. George did this to you. Thomas. He's dead.
I shot him. I had to. Carol? Carol?
Oh. Wow. Hopefully she didn't swallow the seeds.
Kaysen! Kaysen, quick!
Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
Rush to the hospital. She needs a full stomach and liver cleansing.
York, you need to come too. She needs...
No, I have to take care of something here.
But I can't take her alone.
Please, Kaysen.
Okay, I'll do it. Fast. But if something happens, don't blame me, okay?
Just go!
Wow, that was all. The dog is in the doghouse without being strapped in. Is that even safe? Is that even safe?
Tell Zach.
So George is not here. Carol was. So now we know what happened with Carol. But she was set up, I guess. She wanted to take out... Whoa. Oh, it is George. This is it, guys. We're at the end. All the ones that were made to go. I don't get it. This is it, guys. I think we're at the end of the game. I think we're really getting close to the conclusion here. We got this. Look at Zach's view. I don't think it's gonna let us watch the movie. It's like it's frozen. Oh, there we go. I think it just loaded us into... Oh boy. We're in trouble, so we gotta go back inside. The police department wasn't as safe as we thought it was. An ice axe for an ice axe? Dude, there's so many things we can get. Alright, we have to brace ourselves, guys. I think this is it. We're about to go head on with the raincoat killer. Oh boy. Take that puff.
So, Zach, I'm thinking of asking Emily out for dinner once this is all over.
Wow.
Nothing too fancy. Just somewhere where we can relax. You know what? Nick's Diner might be a good idea. I think I owe him a nice big tip, too.
Oh boy. Where's he gone? Yep. Police station definitely looks a little different here. Let's look around.
Amazing. Great. Bullseye. Nice shot. Amazing.
Jeez, how many shots do you need? We're gonna go with the submachine gun.
Bullseye. Bullseye. Yes. Great.
Oh, sounds good. Wendy's.
Yes. Amazing. Bullseye. Great. Great. Amazing. Yes.
Hey, you still alive?
Yes. Bullseye. Great. Great.
Come on.
Yes. Great. Yes. Amazing. Bullseye.
Jeez, they take a lot of bullets. They take a lot of bullets. They take a lot of bullets. Bullets. They take all. We got a room in here. What do we got? A room of a room. Some things that we can push. So you telling me the entire time we're playing this game, the problem was the actual police station? We need to break this thing. There we go. We're moving it in. What we got? Observe. This is Thomas's desk. Thank you, Salad. I really appreciate it, bro. Thank you for the host. I really do appreciate it. This is the room with the, of course it looks very different now. What's with the moose heads? Okay, all right. It's upside down. Is there some hidden? Okay. Upside down ones. Okay, hold on. Before we go doing everything. Okay. Oh. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? I think we need the steel pipes, guys. Let's go ahead and grab that crowbar, guys. Yo, Solid, I really appreciate it. How long are you gonna be up for a while, Solid? You want? I just kind of. I'm at the end. what else do we have? We have a few things we gotta do here. We gotta grab some steel pipes, and I think that's what I did. Oh gosh, here they come. Here they come. All right, we got these all coming up. Look at that.
Great. Great. Yes.
I'm gonna die. Check our items real quick. We got some med kits, so that's pretty good. Let me switch weapons here. Shotgun bullets out. Back into items. I want to kind of see how we look on ammo capacity here. Handguns, we got 2. Submachine gun. Wait. Oh, we got 200 submachine gun. Or they share the same bullets. 9mm, 10mm, I guess. 70. Alright, let's go. You just got done playing on the TV? What did you I'm in trouble. The heck? He's having a fun time playing games. Did you get your Astros yet, Solid? That's what Thomas was saying. This is Biscuit. Yeah, Biscuit. Know what this? He just went in here and disappeared. They're behind us. Let's reload it up. Waiting on the cord that I ordered. Oh wait, you need a cord? Oh, you probably need like the meter jack, whatever. Holy mackerel! What the? This guy has lost his marbles, guys. Fight this guy? What the heck? That's it. Come on. I'm not doing no damage to him. That's why I gotta get close to him. I'm here wasting my bullets. Oh, it's okay, Solid. No worries, bro. You got this, dude. You got this, bro. What are you gonna give me here? Nothing? Ball club? Oh, I can't carry. I can't even put it there anyway. Sweet. Keep it moving to the other rooms. See, the hairy guy does that. Alright, so we moved it to the toolbox, which is great. Small med kit, we're not gonna really need that on us right now. Okay. That's it, let's go. Room again? Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Oh no! Go back up again. I gotta grab the item. I didn't grab the item. Check the thing. I get it right now. Stabilizer? No, we don't need it right now. Yeah, around this time it kind of slows down, to be honest. All good. A lot of them are playing games, just watching the chat. Like, if I call some of their names, they'll respond. But, you know. A medium. I'm definitely gonna take that. Okay. Two more. And we are good. Nothing. This one. And nothing. Okay, so we just got this one we're gonna go through. Come on. Alright, Mr. Rain Cold Killer. It's locked? Shoot. I need a key. Below this bed. We didn't go through this area yet, so. We kind of been here before. I hope we don't have to fight those crawling lady thingies. Oh, we just might. Hold on, before I go there, grab this. Save the game. Yep, got that save. 8. All right. Okay, we did save it, so curvy tail flying squirrel keys. Oh, we're in big trouble with these. That's the same keys with George. This is gonna come out of there, watch. Oh. I knew it. up top. Get up top. Okay, she's gonna fall down to the ground. Get ready for the dodge. Whammy! Alright, get to the wall. Good, good, good. Come on, show yourself. Show yourself. Top. There we go. We got her down, guys. Very good job. Alright, a couple more. Go ahead and spit whatever it is you want to do. Good job, you missed. Top. Oh, she's still alive. Swing! Ooh, we got her just in time. Man, they don't drop anything too, and they use so many bullets.
Yes. Bullseye. Great. Nice shot. Great.
Aim from here?
Yes. Bullseye. Nice shot. Great.
And bullseye from a distance, pretty good. Pretty good. That's it, guys. We're ready to move on. Oh boy. Here, Judge. After you, buddy. Oh god, you're still hiding from it. Door.
Bullseye. Bullseye. Great. Bullseye. Great.
To my right. You got the bats. I'm not worrying about you too much. You got the police department on your side. Look at you, bro. Okay?
Amazing.
Kind of remind me of the zombies from Resident Evil 2. A little bit. Got sort of a what's going on there. Alright, yeah, you're down and out. Alright. Oh, we got a red hallway here, guys. That means we're in trouble. Oh, what the? Oh, cooked salmon. Why does that look so tasty right now? I love all of that. Bandages? Eh. We're not worrying about bandages right now. Oh! Oh, I just touched the fire like a dummy. There we go. Dare you try to come after me? Get out of here, there's too much fire, you see. I feel like the fire turns with the camera. Oh, okay, they're using that little cheesy, what is that, Doom? I think that's the game Doom, where they use like the texture tiles and they like turn with the camera. It's kind of cool. It works, it's effective, I guess. Alright, here we go, we're going in. Oh, the big room, any fire? I don't know. Open up, nothing going on. Doesn't make any sense. Aid. Got a bunch of first aid, guys, but we're gonna put those away as best as we can so we have some extras, you know? Looks like a stock up room. Something's going on. What is going on? Piece of item here. Chocolate? Alright, let's move on and go through this door. This is probably what I knew it. George, have to calm down, man. You are really on a rampage, aren't you? Come on, what is he throwing now? He's just throwing the axes. Oh. Let's get going. Let's get running. We need to run right now. Ooh, you are on it, George, aren't you? Oh, you a mean little fella. Like how I dodge, George. I ain't losing no health though, man. It's pointless going after this guy. I think he's trying to tell me something. What are you trying to be Pyramid Head or something? Is that what you're trying to do here, George? Let's end the Rancor Legend. Alright, well then let's end him. It's showtime. I'm gonna go after the shotgun guy here.
Amazing. Yes. Amazing. Yes. Bullseye.
This one tried to grab me.
Bullseye. Amazing. Yes. Great.
You guys are all pretty much down and out on that one. We're gonna have a clean equip here going on here. Okay, come on. Let's go. Let's go.
Bullseye. Bullseye. Amazing.
Headshots.
Nice shot. Amazing.
Okay. Into this hall? Huh. What's going on here?
Huh?
It says danger, danger. No. Why would you do this? We're walking in with style. Look, we're going to the Bahamas. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. We only got one way to go.
Amazing. Amazing. Yes. Amazing. Nice shot. Bullseye. Amazing. Bullseye. Amazing. Bullseye.
Jeez, the damage is real, yo.
Yes. Great. Bullseye. Nice shot. Great. Bullseye.
Are you down and out? No, you still alive?
Great. Amazing.
Jeez, how many hits do they need? Let him shoot.
Nice shot. Great. Bullseye. Bullseye. Amazing.
Good job.
Amazing. Bullseye. Yes. Nice shot. Bullseye.
Out him out, guys. Down and down.
Nice shot.
All right, buddy. You gotta go down.
Yes. Great.
Down and down. Oh, oh, oh. Stand clear of that shotgun. Shoot. There you go. About time you shoot that shotgun.
Great.
Good job. I'm so proud of you. You did a great job there.
Great. 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 Amazing.
All right, so he's down and out. Is there more zombies? That's right. That's right. Come on, you guys are shooting. I'm pretty much standing in the fire range. Is what I was just doing just now, but it's all good.
Great. Great. Great.
Are you saying let you die? Is that what you're saying there? Everybody's gone mad. Out of here. Open sesame. In another long, creepy hallway. Nothing wrong with that. Like, huh? You know, the first shutter open on you and open all the way down in the cells. So. It's going to open now. Well, these cells are covered. The way is totally blocked. Oh boy. I pressed the wrong button. I have to press F. No. He's always like in and out of the about. You almost had me there. I will admit. You almost had me there, George. If it's even George. What? What's going on now? Pretty big room. Why is it so huge? We're getting on our phone. Probably like secrets in this level, but man. Let's keep going to see what is going on. Oh, we got a pickaxe. Look at that. Ice axe? Well, you already know we're putting that bad boy. Like that. That's it. So this is the big deal, guys. Turkey sandwich looks like jellyfish fishing from Bikini Bottom. Okay, let's save it. Yep, save the game. And onwards we go. Cigarette again. Ooh, what the heck?
Welcome to Greenvale, Agent Francis York Morgan.
Ah, I finally got to see the real Greenvale.
I knew you country folk were shy. It took you long enough to show me who you really are.
York, this is a wonderful and powerful town. Especially when it is raining.
I always get depressed when it rains. Especially in this town.
Wow. Thank you, Thomas.
This town has two great treasures. Do you know what they are, York?
Those seeds are one of them. But I don't think they deserve to be called a treasure.
An ordinary man, you could never appreciate their true value. But you'll agree with
you took
my
a nap.
selection.
Naps are great, Thomas. Thomas, did you add me on Call of Duty, bro?
I don't disagree with treasure number 2. Emily sparkles like a precious gem.
This town changed since she came here. The goddess from the city gave us the fruit of knowledge and gave us sin.
He was the sheriff in town and a killer in the rainstorms.
I realized I was such a fool. A fool for being satisfied by the petty girls from this countryside town.
George, I agree you were a fool, and you are a fool, even now.
Shut it, York! You're the fool here. Becky, Diane and Carol. They all died right in front of you. You couldn't save even one of them. Not even one. You're the worthless fool here, and that's what proves it. But me, unlike you, I am strong. I have power. My mother taught me, the strong, who can overpower others,
Oh yeah.
always
Oh yeah.
correct and right.
Have you tried a salad?
On my face with her stiletto heels because she had power. And when her heel pierced my cheek, I learned to respect her. Since then, I obtained power of my own and found my own disciples. I became divine. All I need now is that goddess of fate. And grab her with my hands. I want Emily in her stiletto heels.
You're out of your mind. The goddess won't smile for you anymore, George.
York, have you ever shot down a deer? Oh, it's so different from shooting a man. Deer hunting is great. They can be erotic creatures. Those black eyes, firm hips, slender legs. Hunting
Only Microsoft? No, anybody can do it. Solid.
Did you know, York? From time to time,
George was the killer, Thomas.
comes down to the graveyard. I shot them.
This is George right now, the sheriff in town.
They still remain still.
Unbelievable, man.
First, I thought
Such a
they were
twisted
zombies.
story.
But when I snuck up on one, cut its stomach out, I found the truth.
Right.
The
But
rats.
if you wanted to like go live on Mixer Solid, you'll have to do it on a computer. I don't think you could do it through your PlayStation.
You'll fail the doping test. You'd be good food for wild animals, though.
Oh, isn't that me? Nah, Thomas, you were the one dressing like a woman. And you got hung up in the clock tower in a chain.
Proves my divinity.
Heck. What is he doing? Ate it? What the heck is going on? Oh yeah, he's lost
This
it.
is the mark my mother gave me. Proof of power. The red tree.
The red tree? You've got that all wrong, George. That's the mark of child abuse.
Very crazy game. Oh yeah.
That's no use, York. Carol's death gave me eternal strength. It's surging through my body. I can no longer be killed. York, aren't you honored? You'll be the first to congratulate me for my new powers.
Oh, we are in trouble. We are in big heap of trouble. Oh, we're in a ring. Oh, okay, buddy. You want to dance? Oh yeah, he's made with armor, guys. This ain't gonna work. What do I need to do here?
What's wrong? You're slow, city boy. Going to crush you.
Oh, I think I need to shoot behind him. That's what we need to do. We gotta get behind him, guys.
You think you're so clever.
Behind him it is. Oh, what the?
Going to crush you.
Oh, yes, you will not. Now today, George, you're dealing with Tricks 2007. One of the top FBI agents here in Glenville, Greenville, whatever this place is called. Yeah, you might be made out of armor. Here, I'm gonna switch up weapons here, guys. Get the SMG out.
Going to crush you.
Yeah, we're in trouble. Oh, we could shoot those things in the air? That's crazy. He's almost down and out, guys. He's almost down and out.
I am the chosen one. I am the chosen one. What's wrong? You're slow, city boy. You think you're so clever. I got maybe more.
Got him.
Getting Anna and Becky involved was all too easy.
Oh. Yeah, he Jason. Right.
A secret club for me. All we had to do was tell them about it. They were giddy to join us immediately. And that's where I used the seeds on Anna and Becky. Amazing results, let me tell you. They went berserk, like cats in heat. Anna, especially, enjoyed the seeds. So I made my decision. She would be the first sacrifice for my immortality.
What is wrong with this guy?
Your poetic prose is a bit confusing. Let me reword this so it makes sense. You chose Anna as your first victim, so you could be a first-degree murderer. And you framed Thomas so it looked like he did it.
You saw him, didn't you? All made up. Poor fellow.
He knew that he was only being treated as a substitute for Emily. He knew that. And Carol knew too. But they played along with your sick games.
Oh my, you're making me cry. He's the one who told me about the Raincoat Killer. About how to become divine, too. He didn't believe any of it, but when he told me, it all made sense. Why was I born in such a run-down dump? Why did my mother beat me every day? Why didn't Emily want me? All these things were just preparing me for something more. Ultimate power! Ah!
I feel like I'm watching a Dragon Ball Z show. He's like showing all his like powers in the fight. Doesn't start for like another 10 minutes. We gotta take him out, guys. He just became Super Saiyan.
With an imagination like that, you belong in the zoo.
Bring it on.
Hollywood Zoo.
Looks like Cabrakan from Smite. Cobra. What the heck?
Time to get serious, York.
Oh, I'm in trouble now, guys.
Before me, York.
I'm not kneeling for nothing there, buddy.
This is the end. Die! York, you'll pay for this! Let's settle this, York.
Turn around, buddy. Come on, turn around. I'm good at dodging. You ain't got nothing on me. Doing something. I'm worried. Seriously? Oh, you almost got me.
This is the end. Die!
Ooh.
Kneel before me, York.
Turn around just a little more, a little more. Come on, put your back towards me. Shoot.
Let's settle this, York.
Dang it, he's getting close to those hits, guys.
Die!
Dang it, I can't get a shot on him. Ooh.
This is the end. Die! Let's settle this, York. This is the end. Die!
Alright, that's it, George. Oh my gosh.
This is the end. Die!
I gotta hit him from a distance. He's much easier to. Gosh.
Let's settle this, York.
No!
Let's settle this, York.
Okay, dude. Alright, come on, come on. I'll get you from this angle.
It's not possible for me to die anymore.
Oh, yeah? Well, we're about to change that today.
This is the end. Die!
Oh my god, I can't get an aim on him.
This is the end. Die!
Wow.
Let's settle this, York.
Get back into it.
It's not possible for me to die anymore.
Right? Look at this guy's hair, man. Wow.
This is the end.
Aiming is so hard.
This is the end. Die! Let's settle this, York. This is the end. Die! This is the end. Die!
Come on, man. He only needs a couple more hits, guys.
Let's settle this, York.
Jeez, one more hit, guys. One more hit, and he's down and out for the count.
It's not possible for me to die anymore. This is the end. Die, you scum!
Did I get him?
Why? 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 Why?
I gotta take him out, guys. Gotta take him out. Too carried away with his power. CT.
I didn't do anything bad. Why? Why are you doing this to me? It wasn't me. I didn't do anything.
Oh boy.
I know to apologize to Anna, didn't I? I know I didn't with you. But still.
What?
I didn't do anything wrong. You know who it was. He's the one who made me do all this.
Who?
He's the one that gave me the wonderful present. And it filled me with confidence. And that was when I realized. That I am blessed.
Don't tell me he's not out yet. Oh boy.
No, you haven't. You have no right to hold on to it.
You mean this?
Wow.
Why are you so concerned about this locket?
I told you I'm the Chosen One. Only the Chosen One can own that locket. That's what he told me. Haha! I am special. I am.
Oh.
I am the Chosen One. I am the Chosen One. You puny punk. Be my slave, York.
Wow.
You puny punk. You puny punk. You puny punk. You puny punk.
Seriously?
You puny punk.
This guy's spamming.
You puny punk. You don't think you can beat me, York?
Oh, he's too confident. I gotta take him out, guys. Wow.
This is the end. Die! This is the end. Die! This is the end. Die!
Gotta take his health down, guys. Take his health down big time.
Die!
Shoot.
This is the end. Die! Let's settle this, York.
Come on, come on.
This is the end. Die!
Too close, too close.
This is the end.
Yeah, he's gonna rebuild. I know it.
This is the end. Die!
Just a couple more hits, couple more hits.
This is the end.
Can't get a shot!
Die! Kneel before me, York!
Got him. Come on, man. Oh, that's so cheating. Seriously? All right, come on. Let me get an aim. Let me get an aim. Wow. I can't freaking hit his back. Come on, stop it. Oh my god. Oh my dear gosh. He's gonna regenerate. Dude, run, run. Why can't I move? He's gonna regenerate. Oh my dear jeez. The aiming is trash. Alright, bro. Just reload, reload, reload. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Oh my god. Now he's healing. Wow.
It's not possible for me to die anymore.
Oh, you're so bogus. Okay. Do what you do. Come on, let's go. Come on, come on, come on. Do the dash. There you go. Dash and a miss. And whatever.
Let's settle this, York. This is the end.
Oh my god. I can't hit him, like.
Let's settle this, York. This is the end.
You're driving me crazy with all that.
This is the end.
Why, man? Just why?
Kneel before me, York.
Keep your back towards me. Come on, come on, come on. Thank you. Thank you very much.
What? You scum.
Wow.
Let's settle this, York. This is the end. Ah! Let's settle this, York.
Maybe with a shotgun I can do it. Come on. Can't. So baloney. I hate that I can't move. Like, why the hell can I move? I can't aim right. Oh my gosh. Oh wow, what are you gonna do with steel pipe? It's gonna heal again. I hate that I can't move. Why? Oh my dear.
You don't think you can beat me?
See, here he goes. He's healing. Look. Alright, let's step away. Hold on, guys. Keeps regenerating, guys, so let's get him down. Do your little health revive, whatever it is you do.
Let's settle this, York.
I hate this.
Kneel before me, York. York, you'll pay for this.
Come on, a couple more shots. A couple more shots is all I need.
Kneel before me, York.
Got him. How? I hit him. Wow. Oh my god, I hate this aim. You gotta be kidding me. How? He's right there, dude. Didn't even shoot that thing. Aiming is trash. Come on. Move the damn cursor already. Wow. Oh, you're... Oh my god, I'm... You're driving me nuts. Alright, let's take him out. You're really ticking me off here. George! Aiming is crap. Alright, just come on. Come on. Yeah, do the dash. Move out the way. Just throw the axe. That's what you're gonna do next. Oh my god.
Let's settle this.
Can I hit him? Like,
this is the end.
you got aimbot, bro? Come on, man.
This is the end. Ah! It's not possible for me to die anymore.
Shut up.
Mark, you scum.
Seriously, man? Get the hell out of here, bro. Get me off. You know, I get it. Boss fight and all. Now he's just being annoying. Like, I was dominating this whole battle and he just gets like cheap shots on me.
Let's settle this, York.
I hate this. Like, look, I take forever.
Kneel before me, York.
Seriously? I gotta get him from close range.
It's not possible for me to die anymore.
But he's gonna grab me. I don't want to be too far. Come on. Wow. You know what? What? I hit him! Whatever, dude. Come on, man. It didn't work. This is stupid. Can't shoot the axe. My God, man. Oh. Can't, bro. He'll grab me.
It's not possible for me to die anymore.
Ah, just shut up. Just come on. Attack me already. Run around, do your swing, whatever it is you do best. Are you done? You're done glitching and ready to fight, you let me know. Come on. Come on, dude.
It's not possible for me to die anymore. Mark, you scum.
Seriously? Oh man, I hate shooting him in the frickin' back. He's such a cheater, bro.
Kneel before me.
Let me shoot your back. Let me shoot your back. Just shut up. There we go. Take it. Accept it.
You scum.
Got him. All right, now. Wow. That camera angle, though. I got you now, boy. Wow. Doesn't matter, like I'm shooting him in the back and it does nothing. Not doing anything. Not working. I'm stuck standing still like an idiot. It doesn't do anything. Wow, so it's not attacking his...
Supposed to be divine!
Something else. Look on YouTube? Nah, I'm gonna fight him legit. That defeats the purpose of playing, bro. Like honestly, if I wanted to walk through, I'll just keep a walkthrough next to me, and I don't want to do that. I want the real feel. Feel me? Like I want to feel like I achieved it, not with hacks.
This is the end.
Unless he's glitched. God, dude, just turn your freaking back around.
This is the end.
You gotta get him at an angle like that, like it's just so.
This is the end. Let's settle this, York.
See, I get hits on him now.
This is the end. This is the end. Let's settle this, York.
What the? I got a hit on him. I heard it. There's something else. And why am I stuck with this crappy camera? What the hell? Wow, so I needed to hit him with the hit. I guess I kind of figured, right? Wow. I shot that thing twice with a handgun. It didn't matter. So you need a shotgun to do it. Oh, I did it.
You're a first-degree murderer. And I'm a federal agent. George,
Wow.
of course you're going to lose.
Wow. Shot him in the cheeks. That was hard. That was harsh. There we go. I think we just made a new statue. Did it? Yes. That was. I wonder. Oh my god, we finally did it, guys. It's crazy. Alright, save it up, see what's going on next. Oof. Let's see if Emily. Wait, we're not done. What's going on here? Valentine Morgan. Valentine Morgan. Yeah, that's the guy I was talking about from Harry.
You will also be able to return back soon. Very soon, you'll be able to go back to where you came from.
Nice. Okay, we just saw her twice. Okay. Oh gosh, here's Thomas. Thomas, here you are, bro.
You also need to have more fun. I'll play with you a little if you like.
That's weird. That is weird.
Expect no praise. You did nothing but your duty.
Supposed to be our dad. This supposed to be mom?
Francis, well done. I'm sure your father wants to congratulate you.
Okay, let's carry on. See what we got next. Oh. There is.
I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to go with your parents yet. There is still something you need to do. Open that envelope.
Uh-oh. Accept. Take item.
What the deuce?
There is still something you need to do. Open that envelope.
I should have grabbed the doll thingy.
Agent York.
Oh, we haven't saw this guy in a while.
How long have I been out?
A whole day, plus 10 hours or so. I wanted to challenge you to a game, but you were asleep.
Emily. Which room is Emily in?
Emily? What, she hurt too? She hasn't come into the hospital.
What? I told Kaysen to bring her here.
Kaysen? Well, Kaysen came. He's the one who brought you here. Which reminds me. He asked me to give you this.
What is it?
I don't know. He just asked me to hand it to you after you woke up. Anyway, you solved the case, right? Hey, do you want to play some chess?
Sorry. I'll have to take a rain check. I have an urgent issue I need to attend to.
Bleeding Edge? Wait, what's that? Was that on Steam? Uh-oh, we're missing something.
Zach, I have a bad feeling about this.
Uh-oh. Things not right, guys. Alright, well, we did save it. So Kaysen never brought Emily to the hospital? You got the key from Kaysen? Uh-oh, we're in the underworld. Got a map. V4 fighting game. I have to see if I installed it. I'll have to check. At least we're not getting tires screeching.
Zach, I'm getting a really bad feeling about all this.
I truly believe George was the murderer that we were after, but killing him, of course, does not solve all the murders related to the Red Seeds. I do not know if what Harry said is true at all, but the answer to the mystery of those Red Seeds is here in this town. I'm sure of that. I failed as an FBI agent. I left Emily alone as I slept through an entire day.
Zach, I need you to pray with me. Pray that things have not gone too far.
Beta test on the 12th?
All you can do is go to the location written in Kaysen's letter.
Oh, are you talking about for the Bleeding Edge? Yeah, something's not right here, guys, but we're gonna go ahead and keep... Oh, what the... What was that? Whoa, 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 that was a big dog. I just saw that dog teleport. You cheating little son of a gun. I so saw that. It's teleporting to me. Oh. Okay. All right. Yeah, they are having another beta test on the 12/12. Oh, for the Bleeding Edge? Okay. So is there like an open beta? Am I gonna have to download something or what? I'm going the wrong way, guys. What is with this big dog chasing me, man? This car was in the air. Got it through the Xbox Insiders hub. Okay. For Xbox or Windows 10? Oh, my car is driving crazy. What the heck? Look at a big giant dog. Let's get inside. Oh, but I think you get it on PC. Okay, I'll have to check. Especially with space. If it's on Xbox, I'll probably just do Xbox.
George's house.
But I don't have the preview update on Xbox, so I might have to do one. What's going on here? Wow, this was George's house? Oh, weird. Okay.
This is most strange, Zach. I thought this story was all over. But it looks like there's something else before we get to see the ending.
Yeah, what's that? Maybe it is Harris all along. Let's save it first. Pretty sure I did it on PC. Edge. Check Windows. Oh, it's on Xbox Game Pass. Take a look around. Let's continue looking around. Let's see what it is she find. Ooh. Underneath. Huh. Oh, that's after it leads beta? Okay. This was The Wire. This was a crime scene. I think they blocked everything, or this is just living. There's that stuffed deer. Save it again. Alright, so the beta is when? You said at 12? Hey, what the heck is going on? We got the 12th, we got the 9th, we got the 10th, we got so much things coming out. Okay. Is it crossplay or no? Oh, it's empty. What the heck? Oh, what the? Ah, it's another one of these hold the doors again. Because it's on Windows 10, I'm gonna assume that it is. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and head down, guys. Look at this. What was inside? That's what.
Zach, it looks like George really had a thing for Emily.
Somebody's in there. if Emily knew about all this. Oh, the pictures are moving now. A noob Minecraft day, I know. I gotta do Minecraft again. It actually builds up a lot of views. I'm just not good at the game, but I enjoy it. I have fun playing. Whoa, what the heck? Is that the red seeds?
Meeting the mother is always a bad experience after killing the son.
How would you touch it? Oh, Kaysen.
Zach, look.
It wasn't a reverse peace mark. It's a tree.
Oh boy.
Red tree. Red tree.
Red tree. Kaysen. Forrest Kaysen.
Wow.
He's the one.
FK and the coffee. We knew this since the beginning. Wow.
Emily.
Say what? Holy macaroni. You don't even know how to play it? Yeah, I know. I feel you, JJ. I like something like the last time I was playing, I'm just like standing there like everybody's like building like gardens and like beautiful creative stuff. I'm just sitting there like I don't know what I'm just kind of building with cobblestone. I think this is it. So George and Kaysen. Right. Not bad that you can play it on your phone too. Can't believe what time. How long we've been live? Holy crap, almost hours? Some cutscenes we can't watch. $1956. Wait, what? Oh, this is the flashback.
There! Over there!
And it's the raincoat killer? What the? Jack Morgan? What? This is a big twist. Gotta go all the way out there. Wow, plot twist, right? Dude, this is crazy, bro. Like, what? This place is on fire. What the heck? Cemetery music going on. Wow. How come I can't do like the kick, or you can only attack? That's all he has. Right. It's so crazy, but I like it. All right, we are the Raincoat Killer. Unbelievable. I get over there. Seven. What am I supposed to do? Oh, I see. Look at the officers. This guy going after the town or what? Am I in a time limit here? Just sitting in a fire. Got some random rocks. Oh, we're going to the tower thingy. Oh, there went Thomas, right? Hey, is that Thomas the Train? Thomas the Train. Thomas, you're the guy who dressed like a woman and you're Thomas the Train? Wow. We're almost there, guys. Right. Like Thomas is like, stop it! No, that's not me. That's a different Thomas. That's crazy. Well, since these characters are playable, must be a way I can hack it to like always make them playable, right? Was I too late? What's going on? This is the town gone crazy. Well, this is 1956, so we're getting a flashback of what happened. Okay, I think we're on a time limit now, guys. We're gonna have to hurry it up. Yards. I don't know if we're gonna make it, guys. We might be cutting it close. Well, this reminds you, when it's thunderstorming outside, guys, stay indoors. Feels like I'm walking into like the Walking Dead water barrier or something. Or Sanctuary, Alexandria. Right, keeps dragging it. Uh-oh, he's like drawn to the tower though. The army soldiers. Oh, I knew it. Wow. Where it all started. The whole town?
Daddy, Mommy, and Grandpa, everyone's acting strange.
It's okay.
Oh, even the guy that was working for Harris. Wow. You stabbed me. I'm the only one not affected by it.
Zach, the situation has gone way out of control. We need to get inside the theater.
Wow. So this is practically like a little
They're
flashback.
currently being controlled by an unknown force. Let's try not to hurt them if we can.
All this will affect how they are. So yeah, we probably don't want to hurt them. Yeah, let's just go inside. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. SpaghettiOs sounds pretty good. Shave real quick. The perfect time to do. Looking good. I'll cut myself, right? For the most part, we're good, but let's save it though. But the town's being overrun.
Open this door. There is no turning back. You still want to enter?
He owed me.
Very well then. Off you go, Mr.
The kid stabbed me with a scissors, though.
And finally you arrive, York.
George is dead. You've got nowhere left to run.
George! Oh, right, George. He was a funny one. I gave him a toy locket, and he was so impressed, so moved. But he wasn't very intelligent. He was born in this town, you see, and it took him too long to discover the Red Seeds. Binding down people with rules is a sign of small-mindedness, and that was what George represented in life.
That would be. Yeah, it would be.
I'm taking Emily.
Oh, but I can't allow that now, can I? York, you left her to me, in my care. Remember, I told you to come with us, didn't I? Must remember that. But you didn't come. You chose your job over the woman that you love.
Casey, this chit-chat is over.
Over? Indeed it is. My fun with Emily ended just a moment ago. It was a fantastic moment.
Wow.
Like eating a full-course dinner that ends with the ultimate dessert.
She's gonna transform.
I fed her a fake story about my past, and she took in every word.
Cut out your nonsense. I told you, no more talk.
There you go, York. That's right. Feel the hate boiling from the bottom of your stomach. That's what makes little men create such great and amazing history. Just like tiny ants that make giant ant hills.
Really? What was that, Jay? Something's gonna happen to Emily.
You know, I just had dessert, and yet I'm already hungry again. No wonder why I keep failing at keeping a diet.
Kaysen, stop. The next one will pierce you between your eyes.
York.
Emily, it's me. I'm here. Don't worry. Everything will be fine now.
York? Is that you?
Fine.
Oh, God. York.
Emily, no. That isn't me.
York. York. Oh.
Wow.
Emily!
York. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Emily. Hurry, come over here. We need to get you to the hospital.
I can't. I can't go to you. I've been soiled.
No, that's not true. You have a heart.
Did he plant her? What?
No matter what happens to your body, you are still yourself.
York.
Wow.
Oh, didn't I tell you? Getting these saplings to sprout requires a certain technique.
You still haven't shot him yet?
What do you think? Artistic, isn't it? It's like a surrealistic painting.
me.
Emily?
Let me die. Please. York.
Maybe we could save her, take the plan out. He's suffering. Can't do it.
Zach, what should I do?
I'm gonna wait a second just in case, because sometimes the loading. Ay. Alright, well, let's let that load. Give me 1 second, guys.
Hey, Zach. It's okay. I'm here. I'm with you. I'll be with you always. We can get through this together. Who are you? My name is York. Me and you will always be together. Okay, Zach? I'm you, and you are me. Now, give me your hand.
I remember. I traded places with York. York, the other me. My other personality.
Zach, please shoot. Kill me.
York, what should I do? Tell me what to do, York. Zach, you have to decide for yourself what you must do. I'll be with you no matter what you decide. Don't worry.
You don't deserve to live.
I don't deserve to live. Well, unfortunately, I've always been more than human. I'm a messenger of the Red Tree, a citizen from the Red World.
That's enough, Kaysen. What did you
Zack, you made the wrong choice.
But don't give up. Think carefully. Father's words will guide us.
Now again, focus on reality, Zack.
Zack!
Is it really muted? My bad. I'm sorry, guys.
Shoot! Kill me!
York, what should I do? Tell me what to do, York. Zack, you have to decide for yourself what you must do.
I'll be with you no matter what you decide. Don't worry.
Aim at Kaysen, that was useless. Point gun at own head. Point gun at Emily. So pretty much, I think we're gonna have to take out Emily. Because it seems like he wants to protect the tree. But just to be smart about it, let me try something.
Emily, I can't shoot you.
Like father, like son, taking the same path. And to think York went through all that pain to get you out of the red room that you were stuck in all this time.
Zack! No!
So he controls me.
Emily, we only had a short time together, but I'm glad to have met you. Goodbye.
I felt like that was the wrong choice. Yep, it was the wrong choice. Okay, so we got to take out Emily.
Zack, you made the wrong choice.
But don't give up. Think carefully. Father's words will guide us.
Now again, focus on reality, Zack.
Oh, we were York? Zack was the original person.
Zack! Please. Please shoot. Kill me.
York, what should I do? Tell me what to do, York. Zack, you have to decide for yourself what you must do.
I'll be with you no matter what you decide. Don't worry.
All right, Emily. Goodbye.
There are some things in this world that must be extracted, no matter what. Even if that means losing someone that you love.
How many times have you heard that already? Missed.
I can't. I can't do it. I can't kill Emily.
I'm sorry, Zack.
Look, Elsa.
Stop.
Emily! Ladies and gentlemen, and now the grand finale.
What the deuce?
Emily, what have you done?
Zack, I wasn't used as soil at all.
You're beautiful. The most beautiful person I've ever seen.
Thank you, Zack. I wanted to be with you.
Oh, they're all there now.
Emily, no. You aren't supposed to go over there. That's not the way. Come back, Emily.
York and Zack. Finally, I understand. You two really are best friends. I'm a little jealous.
Hey, stand up, Zack. It's up to you now. Emily, I finally got to meet you face to face. But you had to go with York, didn't you? He always gets the girl. He's a good guy. You see that too, right? He kept talking to me and ended up pulling me back out of that room. I'm sure he'll make you very happy.
Why did you bring Zack back? Who the hell are you two? How did you get out of the Red Room?
Uh-oh. And here's another one. Oh no, another Dragon Ball Z character. Super Saiyan? This is gonna be fun. Here goes another big boss fight. This one's probably gonna drive me mad. Poor Emily.
It's showtime!
Okay, so wow, his arm stretches and everything too.
Zack,
Emily! No! Okay, hold on, let's get him, let's get him.
What was that, Zack?
I don't think so, buddy. Come on, why are you jumping like Donkey Kong over there? I got you. Here you go, down on the ground. Takes a lot of hits. Oh, what the?
You fool.
Holy mackerel. What the hell is that? Reminds me of the big character from Tekken. I don't think so. Come on, we got Zack in the house now. Diving it up. This guy can really move, can he? Shoot you right in the cheeks. Now going back to the red room. No. But that's why everybody's having different persons. He's probably got a couple more hits in him.
What was that, Zack?
There you go, he fell. What the way? Whoa! Okay, so he just fell out of the ground. Get him, get him. Come on. Come on. Okay, there he goes. This guy takes a lot of hits. Okay, he keeps diving up, but I'm shooting him. Right? Oh, what the?
It's showtime! Zack, go back to the ring.
Need to reload. Shoot him up, guys. Right there. Right there. Oh, some parts he's like made out of metal or something? What the heck? Okay, guys, let's get him. But he tried to give George like the same powers he has right now. That's what's going on here.
What was that, Zack?
Got him. Oh! He's almost down and out, guys. Almost down and out. It reminds me of like Willy Wonka when the girl ate the blueberry gum.
Zack, go back to the ring.
I'm not going back to the red room. You go back to the red room. How do I gotta go back?
What was that?
You heard what I said. Oh, remove!
You should have just stayed in there, Zack.
You know what? Can I use items while we're here? I think I can. Here we go. I'm not staying nowhere because I'm taking you out right now. Nope. Not now, buddy. You're down on the ground. Let's get a shot on you. Got him. He wasn't as hard as the other guy, though. Good job, Zack. Oh, look at this guy. It's like somebody from a movie.
Could have stayed hidden in the White Room. Just like that senile old man.
Oh, the hairy guy.
Humans are so foolish. So foolish. There's nothing to compare. With one whiff of that gas I made from the seeds, they'd happily kill each other. Even their neighbors, even the ones they love. Not much compared to the full effects of the seeds themselves, but I still got a really good laugh out of it. Anyway, I think we've had enough fun for today. But I really don't like having to exercise.
Oh gosh, what is he doing now? What the heck is that? We're in big trouble, folks. Okay. Big room, big boss. This is going to be fun. Phase 2, let's go. And I made it to that room.
How far you can run?
Oh boy, we're out of here, guys. Look at him coming. Oh no, he's coming after me. Oh, see this?
I'll squash you like a frog. I'm not done with you yet.
I don't think so, bro. I don't think so. Games like these will break your keyboard. I don't think it matters how fast you type it. Same thing, really. Wow, FQ? What the? These are hard to do.
I'll squash you like a frog. I'm not done with you yet.
You don't have to be done with me with whatever, but I'm out of here. Go, 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 go. Phase 2, big is an understatement, right? So this Brown doesn't seem like we could do much to him.
I'll squash
but he is chasing us, guys. Kind of quick.
I'll squash you like a frog.
Okay. I got this. My fingers are hurting. My fingers hurt.
There's no time.
Oh, he got me. He got a hit on me, but it didn't do much damage. Yeah, I need a macro for FQ and a macro for AD. Let's see how that was ER. So it's FQ and ER. Whoa! How long do I have to do this for? Why am I going down? Here we go. Jeez. Oh, my hand hurts. CK, man. Probably much easier on a controller. Nah, we're not there. He's gonna come back. Watch.
Emily, I will avenge your death. Just a moment longer. I'll buy you a new dress to make up for all the pain I've caused you. The dress you wore when you came to my hotel room didn't seem to fit you right.
Yeah, I knew that was too good to be true. I guess phase 3 or still phase 2, but now we're gonna fight. What the? Wow. So he's back sort of like his human form, but just larger. Oh, he loved his dog. Where's his dog at? Oh, we're in big trouble.
I've been meaning to tell you this. You're one crazy guy.
Take this and die! Zack, you better watch them.
Come on, I'm right here. And you thought you could figure me out?
What's wrong, Zack? You can help.
Take this and die!
I gotta shoot that little thing, really? Oh, it's the only thing to destroy him.
Take this and die!
I wish I would have had the Magnum. Got him. Come on, just a little more, guys.
Take this and die!
Now I wish I had the machine gun or the AR or the Magnum, but here I am using this beginner pistol because
Why, you...
this is all I have.
Take this and die!
One angry man.
Why, you...
Alright, it's okay. We got him at 50% health, guys. We're gonna go ahead and take him out right now. A little more.
You'd be better off in that room.
You laughing at me, bro? You laughing at me? Alright, Kaysen, come on. Why did I give Kaysen to Emily, dog? That was a big mistake. I mean, him carrying a plant the whole game was kind of suspicious.
Take this and die!
Oh, back it up.
Hey, what's this pain?
Oh, you never felt pain before? Reminds me of Bloody Bastard from Austin Powers.
So there you are. Take this and die!
We need to pause it real quick. We need to use an item. I don't know where his dog went, but maybe it was all just a cover-up. Alright, he's almost down and out though, guys. His health is down pretty low. Come on, a little more, a little more.
Take this and die.
Back it up. He's not too hard, really.
What's this pain?
Pain! Pain! Come on, give me your hand. What's this pain? I'm gonna show you more pain. One pain at a time. You're gonna need some Tylenol when I'm done with you, bro. Oh gosh, back it up. Alright, time to finish you off.
Why you?
That's it, he's practically done for. It's somewhere. Where did he stuff it? It's got to be in his pocket. I don't get it. When he threw his hand down, maybe that was my chance to hit whatever's in his pocket.
You're an annoying little bug.
All right, let him do his thing again.
This is
Oh, really? Oh.
What the?
Got it. He tried to hide it. You saw that? Oh my gosh. What the? Shoot the eyeball.
It's because you don't understand humans.
Uh-oh. There he goes. That's a good exit scene. It's because he has a gun, bro. That's bad. What's gonna happen to the town?
Emily, York tries not to show it, but he's pretty shy. Don't wait for him to propose. Just ask him to marry you.
Yay!
Hmm?
We did it. Zach Moore. That's it, guys. I mean, the only thing I can think about is Harris is probably the only one alive in the town because everybody went berserk. Even the guy.
Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita. Muerde para aquí, muerde para allá. Dame tu cosita. Ay.
Okay, before I start that next round, though. What do I do now? Like, what about all the officers that are at the department? Like, none of them were ever to be seen in this game, to be honest. But now they probably all just transform. Remember that picture. Of course, we go to Harry's mansion.
You're fired!
Are you leaving today?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Zach, that story I told you the other day, did you believe any of it?
The fact of the matter is that I couldn't save Emily. So it really doesn't matter whether I believed you or not.
I'm very sorry about her. There's something mysterious about that picture. There's a calming beauty to it, and yet it exudes sadness.
Harry, I have a few questions for you.
About what, Zach?
Your last name isn't really Stewart, is it?
That is correct. It's really Woodman. Harry Woodman. George was my son.
You were there in the White Room when I was there. Why?
The same reason as your father. Long, long ago, I too was unable to shoot my wife. What's worse is that I was also unable to kill myself. Which is why I lost both. The woman I loved and my son. My wife suffered from a mental illness, but I still loved her. I wanted to save George too, if I could. Everything was my fault. If only I had the courage to make the right decision, Emily and the other girls would not have died. But you have put an end to all of that.
I wonder if they are happy.
Zach, no need to worry about that. York will guide Emily and the other girls into the forest.
Such a weird story. See how his servant's not there no more? I knew he transferred. That's it, guys. I think we beat it. They're alive.
I heard you're leaving.
There's the dog. What? So the dog was just a cover-up, maybe? Or the dog the next seed? Why is his hat flickering?
That's right.
It's a shame about Emily, and the other girls, too.
How are Isaac and
Hey,
Isaiah?
hopefully it's pretty good. We'll see how they do with chapter 1.
Oh, they're fine. They still don't think the girls are dead.
Well, that's good. They think they're goddesses.
Give it to him yourself. He's right next to you.
Oh, okay. I understand. We'll do it for you.
Emily kind of told us to give this to you.
Emily said it's a present for Zach.
Thank you. Where did you get this?
Emily asked us to give it to you. See? She's over there.
There's another Zach there too. You're twins, just like us.
Emily couldn't give it to you herself. She said she's too embarrassed. So, she asked us to hand it to you.
Emily really likes you, Zach. She really likes you.
No, she doesn't. Not me. She really likes that guy York, the guy you see standing next to her. Anyways, you two. Be nice to the girls, okay? And they'll be nice to you.
We don't like girls.
Girls are boring.
Gotta love them. Just full of energy.
Emily, York, sounds like you're both doing fine. I feel better about you two now. And hey, York, I figured out why George carried on his body all the way into the woods.
It was for them. He wanted Isaac and Isaiah to find her.
Mr. Francis Zach Morgan, if you are finished, if you are, please, let us return to the car.
No need for that. You can go home. I want to take a look around more.
Very well, then. I'm sure Mr. Stewart will approve of that.
Ah, thank you, Michael.
Okay, I guess we're not done. I'm gonna go ahead and take this car real quick.
York, can you hear me? I'm a little jealous.
I'm all alone on this side now.
But don't worry, York.
I've had it easy for so long having you with me. I need to get used to being on my own.
Right? Doesn't it sound like Need for Speed music? Remember, like when you're like choosing a car or something or racing? That's what it sounds like to me. Yeah, the racing car games, yeah, definitely. That's what it definitely sounds like. I agree. Like they're saying, Caliente. That's what it sounded like, right? And it just like repeats itself. I think we're leaving the map. So I guess...
One more thing, York. I hope things are going well with Emily.
You've always been horrible with women. I gave you tons of advice during your last relationship, and you ignored all of it. I'm sure Emily will take the lead. Just don't fight her. Let her steer you in the right direction.
That's the hotel. Even the arcade racing games, oh my god. Those were fun. I think they're still fun.
York, tonight I'm going to sleep like a baby. Zach, it's over. All finished. It's time for you to leave town. Are you ready to go?
So there's things that I can do, but I think we're just gonna click yes, I'm ready.
Then this is goodbye, Zach. Thank you for everything. Good night, Zach. And sleep tight.
Did Emily die?
No. She became the goddess of the forest. Even now, she is still in the forest with York. She watches over the world from there.
Emily became a goddess.
That's right. Isn't that a lovely ending?
Hey, Grandpa, can I ask you something? What kind of person is York?
York is a real nice guy. He's been a good friend of mine since I was small.
Like Mr. Teddy?
Yes, just like Mr. Teddy. A very important friend.
Emily! It's almost time for dinner! Take your grandfather's dinner up to him, will you?
Yes, Mom.
How's your grandfather doing?
I don't know. He's calling me Emily again.
Oh dear, he must be losing his memory. You are Louise, honey. Michelle Louise Morgan. Not Emily. You know that, right?
I know my own name, Mom.
I know you do, baby. You're just so lovely, Louise. I'm sure that's why your grandfather mixes you up with a goddess.
Mom, where is the goddess?
I don't know, dear. I'm not much like your grandfather.
Is there even such a thing as a goddess?
I believe so, but I've never met one.
Mom, you're so pretty. You look like a goddess.
Oh, thank you, honey. If I am a goddess, then you are an angel.
Okay. Gotta skip that.
Zack, it's great to see you again. How many years has it been? I've been close to you the whole time. You probably couldn't see me, but you felt my presence nearby, right, Zack? I never thought you'd get married and have a family. Quite a surprise. I spent years honing my profiling skills, but I never saw that one coming. That's what makes humans so interesting. And that's why I just can't leave you guys alone. More than anything else. Seeing you look so happy is the best thing I could ever ask for. Anyway, Zack, did you see the newspaper today? As it turns out, over the last 3 months, there's been a string of bizarre incidents near New Orleans. Residents there are reporting a sudden strike of nausea, and then they completely lose control of their bodies. Some have already had 2 months of only being able to walk backwards. Does that make you feel anything? It makes me feel something. I know you feel it too, Zack.
So when do we leave? Oh, I didn't get to choose.
Okay, Zack. I thought that's what you'd say.
Wait, it hurt my mic?
It's time to wake up, Zack.
What? Once I got 376 enemies, the total amount of days is 19. Review 6 continues. It's not bad. It took me 14 hours and 53 minutes. Now, you have to understand there was a lot of some AFK involved with that. So, what do I have for add-ons now? What's up, Joshua? Hi guys, we beat Deadly Premonition. Wow, we actually beat it. Oh, okay. Woo. That was bugs, man. The bugs in this game drove me crazy. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I gotta think, guys. I gotta think. First of all, I want to thank you guys for watching Deadly Premonitions with me here. In 9 episodes it took us to finish this game. 9 total episodes, guys. Is on the 12, so I guess I'll be uninstalling this game. This will free up a little bit of space, and then we still have some more we need to finish. Yep. Old dreams. Yep. All right. Unbelievable. I am kind of tired. 9 hours, guys. Holy macaroni. Just chillaxing. I feel it, bro. I'm feeling on the chillaxing. That's exactly what I'm going to be doing soon. Okay, what is this that you post? It's a book. Wow. I'm not gonna ask. The book was okay. For some reason, I thought it was gonna be funny and sort of usable, but it was only slightly funny. It's not good. Oh, Jane. Right? Yeah, it's like a Kama Sutra type thingy. Alright, guys, we're gonna... Do we want to do something short? I mean, I don't know. This game is kind of loud, though, right? Goodbye, Deadly Premonition. It was nice knowing you. So what do we want to do here, guys? Try to do something, maybe... Yeah, the music is very loud. Blowing my ears. Alright, so that and Ooh, man. Oh, I gotta stretch. Give me 1 second. Check something. I did download a lot of Xbox games. Thomas, it's done. Thomas, I'm about to add you real quick on Call of Duty. Remember you said you added me. Give me 1 second. What's your what was your username, bro?
Kamarov, AQ Hilo in my sights.
Take it down.
Roger. Stand by.
Check. And request. Thank you, John. Thomas, I don't think you've ever added me, bro. What's your if you're on PlayStation, what's your PSN? You got the Origin access? Yeah. Everybody I know has been getting that. I don't have that. am a little. All right. Quick. Got it for some. Oh, I had it too. Pretty sure that's what I'm doing for Origin. Absolutely. Thank you. You're making me hungry now. Right, that's really good. I like how time is comic. I don't know what happened. Taco Bell and Subway together? Oh, we had to do it during that time. Gotcha. Those look absolutely delicious. Okay. Machine. Guys, there's so many games. Where's my computer? Boom.
Mic off. Surround on.
Yep. Got that round sound. That's definitely gas combo. You had some Taco Bell. The Subway probably won't be doing it as much. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of like bread and stuff. On taco. That amount of cheese and sour cream. Oh, yeah. Probably like Nuka City with that. I gotta stop yawning. Really exhausted. All right, so let's see if this game is weird because like what? It's so quiet. It's so weird. All right, let's see. You know what, guys? I think maybe we had to do it. It really is Nuka City, right? Ah, Nuka City, yo, that'd be a great drink to have. Actually, Nuka Cola sounds pretty good. Oh, wine, chicken. 10 hours. All right, so what we'll do, I suppose earlier. What's up, like? Kingdom Come, I need to beat that game. You know why? That game takes up a lot of storage. That's one game I need to complete for sure. Fire, yeah, it's actually not bad. I like it. It's if you're into that type of game, you know. So people that like Skyrim and Oblivion, probably because it has like that second knights in armor, you know, on horses. It has like that type of vibe to it. And it's an RPG, like story driven. Like it's great. I like it. Just I haven't beat it yet. I've been slacking. So I just got done beating Deadly Premonitions, and I'm really excited that I completed it. Like, sad that I beat it, but I'm also happy I beat it because it was a hard game to beat. And it wasn't just because of the game, but just bugs. Cutscenes didn't work, the game crashed, or my saves didn't work, or the game had tires screeching, or it was just performance issues, and you name it, I probably went through it with that game. That game probably was the most buggiest game I've ever played. And I think Windows 10 is definitely part to blame. Alright, I'm looking at a lot of other games here. So I know we had a Kingdom Come.
Auto shutdown initiated.
Don't you dare auto shut down on me. Need to play some zombie for my head. Alright, I forget one of these days we gotta get back on some plan. I gotta wait till I get some space on my hard drive before we go that route again. Bear with me. Bear with me. Let me get you something, just something like background to listen to. Just kind of do.
Auto shutdown cancelled.
That works too.
Dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita. Muévete para aquí, muévete para allá. Dame tu cosita. Ay. Dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita. Muévete para aquí, muévete para allá. Dame tu cosita. Ay.
Oh, I got this like major headache. TFO is no good anymore. We need more players for that for sure. These are games I own? Never do I. Heck. Oh, you guys killed me yesterday. You know, I woke up and I was like, oh my gosh! What we haven't heard. Yo, man, some of these games I haven't played. Oh my god, Dread Out. Dude, that Dread Out game. You introduced me to that game, didn't you, Jay? That was a really good game, bro. I really enjoyed that game. You know what I think I'm gonna do for giggles? I think we're gonna do some Half-Life, but like do the let me check something real quick, guys. Bear with me here. I just gotta check something really quick. You think they came out with another Dread Out? Get out of here! Don't tell me that. No, they did, bro. That was a fun game. 8 VIPs. Holy mackerel, we got 8 subs here right now? Gosh. Do I hurt so much? Oh, from the game? Okay. The hoo-ha, what? Out of my... Really, Thomas? Now you tell me, bro? Thomas. Yeah, there was a Dread Out Keepers of the Dark, and Dread Out 2, which isn't out yet. Ah, okay, so Dread Out Keepers of the Dark was just like a little side thingy, but the official 2 is coming. Okay. Okay. Oh.
Lead on, smart guy.
The beast inside, right? I thought he was playing COD. Yeah, well, I went on there to add you real quick. Call of Duty is quick and simple. Maybe I'll do some. I don't know. I'm just testing something here real quick. I don't know why this is not. Why this is. I can't move my mouse and keyboard. I think I got the.
Grabbing first aid.
First aid kit.
Reloading!
Reload!
Oh gosh!
Smoker's got me!
Okay, guys. Anyway, I just wanted to test that just to see if that worked. You're playing it on PS4? Gotcha. That game was wild in the demo you played. The Beast Inside. Oh, did it finish? Did it like... It came out, didn't it? Dude, you're gonna make me want to play it, bro. Been out for a while now. I'm slapped. Beast Inside. Yeah, bear with me, guys. Alright, let me go grab me some water real quick. Hold on. Let me check my Steam library, because I think I might have gotten it a long time ago. I just forgot about it. Hold on.
Auto shutdown initiated.
Hold on, guys. Holy mackerel, guys, whoa, whoa, whoa. Going up. We just get raided? Hey. Yo. Oh my gosh, yo, okay. Guys, I'm so sorry. I am truly, truly, truly sorry. Doing something and just almost dropped. I had dropped everything that I was doing. I was like, we get back over here. Welcome to Raiders, guys. By the way, everybody over there from Meg Zeus channel, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're over there just watching from there, thank you. If you came through, thank you. We did get a few follows. I appreciate you guys from doing that. Absolutely, you guys are welcome to the stream. What we're playing, absolutely nothing. We just got done beating Deadly Premonitions, and we're getting ready for another game. So bear with me because this is going to be. I'm gonna have nightmares because it's Jay's fault. All Jay's fault. Sure. All right, so oh my, get that hype. Yo, guys, if you're in my channel right now, make sure we defend that stream. Let's get some love in chat. Guys, welcome to the stream. If you are raiding, Jay, I'm gonna let you do the caster or the raider command. Go ahead and do !! raider and put Egg Zeus back on there, guys. We're gonna have to. Don't worry, I got you soon, bro. Then we gotta do it to make sure the raiders know what they need to do to get into the raid as well, guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. You just kind of came in a be right back screen. Very embarrassing on my part, because you guys probably came in and said, what the heck is this? We're raiding a BRB? Is that what's going on here? Say what? You know, yeah, the fail is real. It is most definitely real. So right. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Guys, just for you guys, just because you guys are all holy mackerel. What? Bum 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 bum. Bum bum. But your mic, I think, is voice cutting out. Oh, yeah, right now my headphones is detecting that there's no audio. I don't know why it does that. Like, it's stupid. I try to look for it in the it has like this auto thingy. Don't worry, guys, we're about to start gaming in a second. I'm just getting set up real quick. I'm just doing the title and all that stuff, and we're gonna get started. Jay did it to me again. Keep it in that, guys. I hope you are ready as well, because I am scared. Ooh, my pants tonight. Diapers on. I'm ready to go. Right. Does this sound really bad though, guys?
Shutdown cancelled.
Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita. Muévete para aquí, muévete para allá. Dame tu cosita. Ay.
Ah! Whoa! You guys know how to wake me up, I swear to you. You guys want me to stay up? I'll stay up and be crazy? Let's go. We'll be crazy. And Zeus, whenever you get on Call of Duty, bro, let me know. So,
dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita. Muévete para aquí, muévete para allá. Dame tu cosita. Ay.
oh man, you see what they do to me? They torture me. Oh man, the love is real on tonight. Astro. Okay, so here's what we are doing today. Ugh, guys, oh my god. Yo, okay, that is it. I'm getting widgets for you guys. Okay, I need to. Just bear with me here, because I'm going to try to do it. If I can't do it, we're going to save up some money. Get money for ads now. Who knows, guys? We might be able to do it. And I'm going to buy some widgets for you guys. But I'm going to try to do it so that way we can try to save some money. You guys ready? I think you guys are ready. I'm scared. I am going to crap my pants. Oh my gosh. Not only said Damago Casita. Right. Yeah, you know what? If you have like TikTok, it was a really big meme on there, I think, for a while. Or you could just download Dancing Green Alien. That probably pop up too. It was a big trend at one point. But the stream loves it, and they like making me work out. Good, guys. You guys are all right. So today we're gonna go ahead and kick off. We're gonna play a game called The Beast Inside. Now we did play the beta, or was it alpha? I don't remember. One or the other. Absolutely loved it. I'm excited to say we're ready to do episode 1 of the actual game. But first, before we do anything, I always like to go in settings and check a few things here. So we're gonna do window full screen. So I lose audio. Tab out. That's not good. So let's go to sounds. Music. I think I already have everything set up. Oh man, what FPS can I put? Let's do 120, see what happens. Blur, new, current FPS. 90. $60. I'm gonna try to shoot for 90. And that's what. Hold on, guys, before we get started, okay? Hold on 1 second.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, muévete para aquí, muévete para allá, dame tu cosita, ay.
Okay. Alright, let's try this again, guys. I'm so sorry about that. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the story. Problem is, I just want to make sure that we're going to be doing okay. For those who want to know the story, balance level of puzzles and action elements. For those who want bigger challenge, we're going to do standard. Surprised they even give you the option to do that. Most of these kind of games don't really do that. Alright, so we're loading in now, guys. God, dude. But Thomas, did you add me? Yeah, now we are immune to Trick Spot. Yes. He did. What? Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to minimize the caps and the
Where am I? Why? God. Why? Adam! Adam! Why are you stalking us? Is this about Adam's work? What do you want from us? Why are you tormenting our family?
Dame tu cosita.
No!
Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita.
Muerde para aquí, muerde para allá.
Dame tu cosita.
No, there is no war. We're just a regular family. You hear me? We just wanted to live our life, and you ruined everything. Pictures, bugs, threats, and now you're killing me. Stay away! Don't! They already know about you. They've been watching the house. They won't let you.
Hush.
No! What are you doing? What are you doing?
I am sitting in the front line.
The sweep of the past.
President Carter had commented on the Russian threats that
very ouch. Honestly, you can add me to
The further we go, the more doubts I have.
It will be challenging, true. But it was you who kept saying you'd like to get away from the city. Feel the call of the wild.
For the weekend, honey. Not for the rest of our lives.
Who says it's for the rest of our lives?
Really, Emma? We don't know the day or the hour.
Very funny. Like we don't hear enough about nuclear threats in the media.
That's what I'm talking about. If I don't break the code, this country would be like a basket full.
You'll see, Thomas. You'll see, bro.
Adam, stop it.
You guys are about to find out.
But then again, this shack will fall down on us before Brezhnev's boys launch their first missiles.
It's no shack. It's a present from your parents, and you should appreciate it. Take a look. Oh, it looks even better than the photos. Oh, our stuff made it here before us.
And those lazy movers didn't even bother waiting for us.
That's okay. We can bring it all in ourselves.
Yeah, meaning I toil away when you give orders from the shower.
Okay.
3-hour drive and we're finally here. The place seems peaceful and quiet. Maybe it'll help me to focus on those damn telegrams to decipher.
Honey, don't just stand there. Those boxes won't carry themselves in.
Dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita.
Muerde para aquí, muerde para allá.
Dame tu cosita. Ay.
You guys are... Oh, what am I gonna do? First of all, before I get started with this game, why does the audio do that? Bear with me, guys. Hold on. You. Okay, guys, we got a bunch of farting, so people are just standing in underwears. All right, let me just make sure we're running good here. Game's running good. How's it look? How come I don't see any of my FPS? Oh, wait, no. So the good thing about this game, it does support controller and music. We're gonna send up. Smooth and good, right? Buddy. All right, look at the car, guys. It looks good. I'll play this. We did the demo on this, and this was pretty sweet. So the demo and the real game actually takes place in the same place, sort of. Wait, what am I doing? Okay, so... Oh yeah, this is already different, guys, because the demo did not look like this. Yeah, it was like a shack here.
The boxes inside.
Open the trunk. Let's go. Crouch. How do I open the trunk? Locked. Oh my god, pizza in the back seat, Pizza Brothers. Oh man, that looks so delicious. Didn't we get the key here last time, or did we open the trunk last time? Right. That's for my message about? Wait, what? Sports controller? Yep. It does. Let me see if I can get it to show you real quick. Close. It doesn't show you here, but it does have full controller support. Voice recorder. Press tab to check the voice recorder. Adam uses the voice recorder to record conversations and his thoughts on the current events. A nice looking tape recorder. Emma, honey. Yeah, so we got
those boxes inside.
Looks nice. Like moving in, we got the primer on the walls, guys. We're ready to start painting and do all that stuff. This house kind of reminds me of Slender Arrival, doesn't it? Alright, so we got
Just
some.
put the box on a table upstairs.
What is this, kitchen? And a table upstairs? How do you notice the table upstairs? Oh, it highlights now.
The box is where it should be. Time to paint the walls. I think there's some paint in the attic.
Oh, we don't have to do all the boxes anymore? Oh, that's a cute picture right there with the dog. But we don't have to do them all like we used to. Whatever. Go back down. Oh, he said an attic? I mean, I guess I get why they did this, because people were... You to take it? Such a weird... I don't know. In the shower. It's a lot different from the demo. I remember the demo, we had to carry every single box. But I think they did that because it was a demo, right? So they wanted to keep it like... We didn't need this chair last time. How to rotate. R? F? How do you rotate? Rotate. How do you rotate? Oh!
You've got to be kidding me. Fuck.
The baby hears everything. Who's been in the room?
Slowly will make a great agent, just like Dad. Honey, I can't get in the goddamn attic without a key.
Get down here. Sitting in a drawer.
Brushing her teeth. I think somebody was. What about you guys? You guys hear like the sound traveling differently? Oh, she's doing the blow jar. It's nice out there. And what does she say? The key? Adam, the box is where it should be. Time to paint the wall. But honey, don't just stand. I think there's some paint. Oh, it's a nice looking clock, actually. This house belongs to our family in many decades. Some even called it the Stevenson's Refuge. But me and your dad, Boston, Grandpa's didn't. Surprisingly, he left it for us and his wife. And now you and your lovely wife will live here. Kids and simply enjoy our dangerous time. Take care of Emma. Visit you sometime. If my aching hips allow. Thinks he should be the one come up with the name of her. He's insistent. Getting over kind of legacy. So close, guys. Okay, so we just took that, right? Took it around the house.
I can't open that goddamn attic without a key.
Where the hell is a key? Pull with the mouse to open door.
Nope, nothing in here. I can't find it in the dining room.
Oh, sorry. I guess I didn't get it from the trunk.
Ah, typical.
In the trunk? Search the car. Oh no, we got it, the attic key. Well, back like we belong. Wait, we can't just leave the trunk open like that, right? We gotta close it. I didn't need those anyway. Alright, close it. There we go. Yeah, the doors. Go. Alright, let's head back inside. We got the attic key. Typical woman, right? That's exactly what I'm saying, guys. Alright, we got it open. In the attic. What's that door? Oh, look at highlights. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely different.
Damn it. What's that? A loose plank. Someone's hidden something under the floor. I'm gonna pry it up. Maybe I can find a crowbar somewhere.
Need to find something. A lot of locked doors up here. I don't remember these doors being here for sure. Like, oh, just chuck everything, right? You like that? You like that? You left the car keys in there. Oh, shoot. Car keys. Hey, somebody's, look at my neighbors. Dude, they live somewhere around here. Hey, we are on the boondocks. I don't even see them. What do I need? Paint. Crowbar. Okay, this is about the transportation of the furniture and stuff. Okay. Locked. This door opens. We've never been here before. This is new. What the hell? Give me the damn key! Or paint. I need paint. I need a crowbar. Give me a crowbar. What am I looking at here? Brushing your teeth again? How many times you gotta brush, blow dry, and... Okay, so all these doors up here are gonna be locked. Okay, can I hit light switches? Switches. That's so. Oh my gosh. We need to look for a crowbar.
I won't get far without a crowbar.
Okay. It's probably outside, maybe. Icky Woman's Guide to Pregnancy. Oh. Locked. 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 No, a wrench won't help. Huh. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely changed everything. I thought the crowbar was like here. Holy mackerel, what the son of a biscuits and gravy. Guys, I'm hungry. Right here. Let's leave the house. You can explore. You do got neighbors. Look. How do I get out there? Okay, okay.
Times are hard, but not so hard as...
Oh! I can explain. Bear with me here, guys. I can explain. That was not supposed to happen. I did not know there was an invisible wall saying... My character was just saying something as I lifted my foot off the ground to jump across. Oh. That happened.
Damn it. What's that?
What's that?
A loose plank. Someone's hidden something under the floor. I'm gonna pry it up. Maybe I can find a crowbar somewhere.
I think there's one out here. I'm not gonna go too far out, guys. It looks like we got a shit over here. We'll go that way. Wow, there is a way in there. Okay, so this looks like a little lumber area. It's locked. Might be in here. just up there. And they really added some barriers, man. Okay, so we're not going that way. Maybe there's a basement or something. Crowbar, crowbar. This one in my trunk? It's locked. Maybe it is around here. I'm just not paying attention. Bunch of forks and spoons. Oh, is it running pretty good for you guys? Can you guys see pretty good? Ooh, that camera like crazy, ain't I? Sorry.
I won't get far without a crowbar.
Crowbar's not here, so they moved it. Not on the porch. These are all woods out here. Let me try a couple things here, guys. Hold on. We don't want to jump across, but I want to see what he said.
Times are hard. Not so hard as to jump off a bridge.
Not that way. I think I found a swing.
It looks very old. I wonder who played here.
It broke. Now I see the border.
There's no time for that. I've got work to do at home.
Alright, well, let's learn the area a little bit, you know. Make sure we're safe. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, it's gotta be the house. Yeah, there's no barn out here. I think the demo was... Nah, you know what I'm getting that back porch mixed up with? Resident Evil, guys.
I don't want to break my fingers. Better check the crowbar in the attic somewhere.
Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita. Dame tu cosita. Ay, dame tu cosita.
Oh, why is that so loud?
Dame tu cosita. Ay.
Mackerel. The heck? Daily Premonition is still running in my background? Hold on, guys. There it is. I wonder I could own this stuff. It's gotta be in the attic. Look slowly, guys. Check around. And it's gonna highlight itself anyway. Oh. Oh. No, might need it later.
What could it be?
There we go.
Hope it's not Great Grandpa's porn mags.
Yeah, you said. It is pretty loud, your mic. My mic is pretty loud. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what, okay, because I switched to these headphones, so when I switch to these, all the sound settings are all like messed up. But if the gameplay is too loud, guys, let me know.
I have to break the cipher to open the box.
Maybe it's
I'd have to be a goddamn code breaker to... Wait, isn't that what I do for a living?
these are initials, right? What they equal. Hold on, wait, how do we do notes again? Right, guys, get that heist, get that heist. This is the only one I could put C in. Are you serious? When the examination mode is on.
This device will help me decode the letters in the text. Hold on a second. JC. Okay, what if we do... I did this in the demo and I can't remember. Okay, hold on. Back it up.
Back it up. Notes.
If J equals C, then based on the letter, the first character in the cipher should be...
Wow. Brain fried. I think it's puzzles are oh. A equals first letter in the cipher. So A to Z and A to Z. I don't. Can I move with the mouse? Actually. Okay. All right, an expert from the Julius Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic War. Remember this from the Latin class. Different than so Julius Caesar put his initials on it. Now, hold on a second. We got some letters here. We got MHPAO.
Some characters in Caesar's letter look different.
Yeah,
if I can find them all...
I'm looking at those big letters right now. MHP. It's... Alright, so we have... But we have the disc here. So no, I know, Zeus. I know, bro. But I'm just... We got this, guys. We got this. Oh, first puzzle. Already going crazy. So. That's it. But he keeps giving us hints too every time we look at it. I notice.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, muerde para aquí, muerde para allá, dame tu cosita, ay.
Man, that command, that's a long. You guys know that? Command. That right? So when we think about it, right? When we think about it, we have I mean, it's obvious that it's not going to be this. This would be too easy. Yeah, see, there's no O.
If J equals C, then based on the letter, the first character in the cipher should be...
It's O. The E? There's definitely not an E.
First, I'll put the letter J over C, then I should be able to decipher the others. It's probably about those distinguishing letters in Caesar's parchment.
Let me do this from the top view because it makes it easier. Oh, this one doesn't move? Alright, J over C will be Q. So Q is the first one? Wow. Oh. Oh.
There!
Okay, so hold on a second. So if J and C are together right now, the first one is M, right? Next one was H.
First, I'll put the letter J over C, then I should be able to decipher the others. It's probably about those distinguishing letters in Caesar's parchment.
That would...
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, muerde para aquí, muerde para allá, dame tu cosita, ay.
It's T. Oh my god. What? I swear that's the same one from the demo. It has to be. It took me a second to realize. You gotta have faith. I'm done. No, guys, don't tell me the answers. No. But if I need help, I will ask. Trust me. Okay, we got it open. Let's get it open all the way. And Nicholas key. Unlock. A book.
Property of Nicholas. It is September 27th in the year of our Lord 1864. Evening. Almost.
Reading. Look at this guy. What is this? Raincoat killer? Is that what it is? Right.
What the deuce?
Yeah, Google is a Google will definitely tell us everything.
It is September 27th, in the year of our Lord, 1864. Evening, almost night. Never before have I kept a diary, but they say that it might be a chance for me to reclaim the memories I have lost. Besides,
Oh, here's the shack.
thought makes it easier to distinguish facts from imagination. I'm home again after 10 years of absence. I'm relieved to find the house unscathed. That's good. It's the only roof I have over my head for now. I should light some candles and take a look around. No trace of my father. Did I honestly think he would welcome me at the door? He vanished a decade ago, without so much as leaving a letter. The house feels strange, even though it has not changed one bit. There are fears creeping out of the darkness whose source I cannot define. But memories will come back. That's what they told me. Maybe then I will realize what happened to my father. And what happened to me.
I'm making a mess. Oh, do YouTube? Yeah. It's okay, Zeus. If I get absolutely stuck, I'll definitely ask for it, trust me. And you can extra stream. I get stuck pretty frequent. Okay, so it looks like we're grabbing the lighter stuff. Locked. Locked off. I can't go that way. Okay, so we're gonna holy macaroni. Can't go that way. We're gonna go upstairs now. Yeah, we'll definitely take that. But that uses oil, right? Did we run out? Oh, did we refill the lamp? Oh, man. Don't get infinite. I don't want to play in the dark. You guys can't. Can you guys see? I can't see nothing. It wants me to light up everything. You guys hear that? I hear music playing right. Something happening? Should I be worried or frightened?
It's dark in here. I'll light the candles.
How many more candles do you want me to light up? What the budget popsicles?
What could it be?
Holy mackerel. Yo, screw this. I'm looking for matches. You ain't about to have me in the dark. Nope. 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 I'm coming prepared. Scar taught me. Be prepared. Got it. Okay, we got nothing there. Nothing there. Like that. The good thing we have highlighted like touchy thing because damn it. Oh, it's one of those. Nothing. It has to be dark, yeah. Oh, don't worry. I'm not. Yeah, I'm we're gonna keep that shut. And now we got 23 matches, guys.
Damn wind. I thought the window was bolted shut.
Yeah, but we can.
Fire in the hole!
Yeah, right. Oh my god. Mom, I'm so scared to play right now. Doors are locked. They're locked. Okay, locked doors. What's here? Bathroom? No? No? Got drawers. Check them out. It's closed. Yeah, big pair of jeans in there. Okay, so...
Hey, what are you doing here? This is private property. Who the devil is he?
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, muerde para aquí, muerde para allá, dame tu cosita, ay.
Okay. Enough of that. Let's close it. Lock it up, guys. We're looking good.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita,
we gotta head down now.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, muerde para aquí, muerde para allá, dame tu cosita, ay.
I'm trying to make it different every time.
Where the hell did he go?
Hey! You still here?
I'd better take a look.
I will grab these lanterns.
Shed. Maybe I can find something in there.
Shed was over here, right? That's where this guy was just pointing at.
Strange. The light is coming from the inside, but the door's locked? Maybe I can find something to cut through the chain. Strange. The light is coming from the inside, but the door's locked? Maybe I can find something to cut through the chain.
Well, the items are usually pretty close to where you're gonna need them then. We'll definitely take that.
That's my father's hat.
Uh-oh.
The
Basement?
Did he leave this as some kind of clue for me? I should look into it.
Candle, yeah. Well, I don't have to light every candle. I remember, like, in a demo, we can save them. What the hell was that? Am I seeing things?
What the hell is this?
Terrible crime has shocked the peaceful local community. The deputy sheriff called and confirmed that the man's death, John Norton, had been considered missing for the last few weeks. The assailant was exceptionally brutal. Victims slash and any other body suggests prolonged torture.
A gruesome murder? Here? John Norton. Sounds familiar.
What?
I feel like looking for that vagabond in the dead of night. I better go home.
Something ain't right. Oh. See you later. Have a good day. What do you know? We're blocked in, guys. Well. Doesn't look like we're gonna be able to go out that way. You guys are doing great. Keep up the great work, guys.
What? You let yourself in? Hey, are you deaf? I'm talking to you.
Oh, that's it for me for today, guys. Have a good one, and I'll see you guys later. I will not surrender. We played plenty of horror games, and we will succeed. Not really. I don't want to look.
What in heaven's name is going on? If I tell anyone about this,
Goosebumps. Oh my god. What am I gonna do? Chandeliers are shaking. The house has gone mad. We're seeing things. Who are you looking at? Swamp? What do I need to do now? Oh, we gotta go to the basement. Here's our inventory. Ritika, let's go upstairs. Gotta go this way. Freaking out, yo. Yep, nope. This game is way... Holy Jesus! What the fudging popsicles, man? Change our field of view. Well, at least in this game, we don't have to worry about like being in the dark and like freaking out or whatever. But we're getting a bunch of oil here, so I got kerosene oil. How long does it last? That's the question. How do I know how much oil I have? Oh, it tells me the fuel right there. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm so cheap on it, guys. Like it's driving me. Grabbing a bunch of matches, which is good. This is a really freaky kitchen, man. This is when you go visit like your grandma or your grandpa and you go to the house, it looks just like this. One of these? That's... What the?
Where did all this blood come from? Dear God.
Grabbing everything I can. I'm telling you right now, I would definitely be keeping this. You never know, we might need a machete. How are you, bro? I'll be holding that. Holding that to my life. You know what I can do? Hold on. What's with that creepy picture, man? Okay. Hold on, wait. For some reason, like we need to get this stuff ready. Okay, we're back outside. Where's one of those candles that I can carry? Hold on. What's inside one?
Someone's banging on the cellar door. I need to check it out.
Oh, heck you no. You don't need to go check it out, dude. You stay right where you are. You gone mad? Found a drawer of candles and I can't find. Oh, right here. Here's all the candles. Okay, now we found some. I can't light this? Oh, I get it. Get the candles up. Get this against the wall. There we go. I should help a lot. How dare you make creepy sounds like that?
Fire in the hole!
What the hell's going on, man?
We'll see if this is a good idea.
It's definitely not a good idea, dude. If you got mod. Oh, heck you know. Yeah, hee ha la 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 la. Diary's been updated. Shoot, follow the blood trail. Dude, you gone crazy. Yeah, what? A cozy refuge, part of the mountain. Delicious meals near the famous Carolina. They visit today. Greenstein. Well, in that case. Grab everything we can. Let's gather some supplies. I can't see a thing. It's because I don't want to use my lantern. Oh, what the fudge? I think the oil burns that fast, though. I think we're okay, guys. Lantern out. Locked. I saw something behind me. What the hell? We need to grab everything we can, guys. You need to stop looking at me. Picking me off.
Maybe there's another way in.
Oh, now you want me to do this. Here's sheer rusty blades. Yeah, we'll take them.
Damn it, I can't open it. Maybe there's something in my briefcase that would help get it open.
Briefcase. Get out of the basement.
I have to get in there. Whatever happened. I hope it's not my father's blood.
Holy
Am I delusional?
Goosebumps all over again. The hell, basement.
What the hell is that? Looks like roots? I need to get rid of them before I leave the basement. Maybe I can find something to cut those roots with here.
They got like blood in them. Jeez, make a bunch of noise, right? Let every single monster in his house know, hello, I'm here. Come get me now. You can jump whenever you're ready. Adam. Make me put my pants now, right? Let's do it, bro.
He's upstairs. What does he want from me?
He is upstairs, guys. Okay. This is like magically fixed now. Okay, so we really need to focus on how we're gonna go upstairs and check out what's up with this demon, see what this demon wants with us here, guys. Let's go take a peek. Let's go say hello. Choice of action. Probably the only choice we have. I do see blood footsteps. Okay, blood footsteps.
Has someone gone through my briefcase?
the mysterious key. I have no idea why. Or testing. Make sure you guys can still hear me.
Who the hell are you? Stay back. You hear me? Keep away!
Ooh. What the heck is that? It's the thing with the hat. I don't think it cares if you live. Oh boy. Oh, press any key, duh.
Damn it, someone must have torn out the rest of the pages. Strange. I was in the attic and... I'll show the diary to Emma. She might find it interesting.
Yeah, what am I doing in here? That's our bed. Yeah, she's still in the bathroom. So all that... Oh, wait. All the matches I found for what? For nothing. Is that what you telling me? Nothing to really do up here. A pack of smokes everywhere. We're gonna go ahead and head downstairs. At least it's daytime now. We can see everything in the house.
Honey, you won't believe what I found it.
She okay? She's gone crazy, guys. Open. Invisible. Oh, I can't go that way. It won't let me. Okay, well, check it later.
Hey, Emma? Can you hear me? Emma?
I was calling you before, but you wouldn't even answer. Where have you been?
I was snooping around the attic. I found this...
The power is out, by the way.
diary. What?
A fuse must have blown. Be a darling, go to the basement and fix it before it gets dark. This place needs a lot of work. The sooner we start, the better. I don't have to tell you that, do I?
Wow. We know who's the boss in this relation. Yep, my character definitely does not wear the pants.
She sounded like I took up only the flashlight. It's so damn dark in the basement. Maybe I can find one in the attic. There's a lot of junk in there.
A flashlight? Oh, it's the new. It's not new, but it should do. It's got a very powerful bulb. Hey, hopefully it's like infinite or something, right? Because candles are not the way to go. You wait till you go down in the dark before you use it? There we go. Oh, I like this light. That's more like it.
For God's sake.
Like that baseball bat, I'd definitely be taking that with me. My baseball bat. We're going down the basement. We're checking around. See what we got here, guys. This is one really bright light. You guys. Got scared. He got scared of that thing. Yeah, I wonder why. He was reading that book. The Book of Terror. What am I stuck on? What's locked?
I bet its chiming has startled many people.
I like this light though. If it's like this, infinite, oh, I'm down for it. You know what I'm saying? We can't turn it off. Got candles though.
This horse will haunt me in my dreams. Where are the fuses?
Or a fuse box or a circuit breaker. Locker here though. Bunch of lanterns. This is blocked off.
Strange, one's missing. Did someone take it out on purpose? Maybe there's a spare fuse in the shed by the house.
This guy knows exactly where everything is. Okay, let's go to the shed near the house and see if we can find a spare fuse, guys. Luckily it's daytime, so it doesn't really give it like that super creepy vibe, you know?
Damn it, it's locked. I saw some keys hanging in the basement.
Wow. You could have just grabbed the keys in the first place. I knew to grab them. Unbelievable. Alright. Okay, so... Go grab it. Something ain't right. I can't run anymore. Why? Oh, we got stamina. The hell? Still there, thank goodness. When she's there, I know we're safe. Feel comfort. Ooh.
Damn, there are no fuses here. Of course.
Too convenient.
What the f...
My character's freaking out, yo. He's freaking out.
What is this? Where did all the blood come from? A shirt covered in blood. It looks fresh. How did it get here?
Well, whoever it was likes to drink a lot of fizz. It's the same name, same great taste. Interesting. Sometimes they like to drink some brews. It's the Crumpler Stout. Brewed and stewed in NYC. Twin Parks Brewing. Thing in the toolbox.
Why would Emma bring my old stuff from the office here?
Wow. So this is talking about the electromagnetic sensor with the special built to the coil and the ultra sensor. Crumpler Stout, right. The footsteps are like the ones in God, right? They are. Localizer can detect and analyze so-called quantum traces, which enable us to see short flashbacks of people from the past, including their precise locations and activities. I've never had a chance using it in the field, but we... Wow. Oh, what the?
Jesus. Emma, you scared the crap out of me. Okay, you can open the door. Emma? Honey?
Gotta watch around that corner. Take that out now.
Something's not right. Maybe the localizer will show me just what's happened here. Wait, what did they say in training?
Press X to equip and slash unequip the device. Localizers allow you to detect electromagnetic and quantum traces. Kind of like when I did the paranormal thing.
If I remember correctly, this prototype device can be used to detect traces of a person's presence from the past. All I need is to be in a strong field of quantum particles, and with a little bit of luck and science, I'll be able to see a silhouette of the person who is here in a different time.
And a quantum cloud using the localizer screen indicators. Since when the cloud is counted in percentage. Okay.
I should follow the localizer. Green lines at the edge of the screen show the direction to go, and the numbers the distance to the nearby cloud. This is the place. Now I need to use the pulse to show the cloud, and I need to scan it. The signal must be coming from this place. Now I just have to use the scanner on this cloud. Found something. Someone has been here. It looks like he left the rest of the clothes here. All covered in blood. I'll try to find more traces. It doesn't look good. I have to find out what happened here.
This don't sound too good.
The fuse is missing, some clothes are lying all covered in blood, and a trace of a person near the shed. It's all looking very strange. Maybe it's all about the stress. On the other hand, I have to be certain that we're safe. I should use the pulse to make the quantum cloud visible, otherwise I won't see a thing. I'm at the source, but I can't read anything. The interference is too strong. It must be caused by an anomaly nearby. I should neutralize it.
Due to their nature, clouds can be unstable and their readability may be affected by anomalies. All the anomalies make it easier by pressing the right mouse button. Sure, an anomaly. Hit it with the EMP charge. Fire from your device. Mouse button.
That should do it. Time to stabilize the cloud. I did it. Clearly someone was here recently and used this rope. I'll try to find more traces.
Ow. That guy's like a detective. I don't remember this part of the game. This is all new to me. Okay, so we're going to continue on this way, guys. We got some activity going out this way.
The localizer has detected a signal. That means another quantum cloud must be near. Went up from here.
Whoa, okay. This was unexpected.
So much blood and it's not even dry yet. Whatever happened here, it hasn't been long. The trail leads through that gate. I'll go check it out. Clearly dragged something heavy through that gate.
Right, almost smacked myself in the face.
Damn, gate is closed. I need to look for a way around. The planks are loose. I'll try to break them out.
Okay, so we made it inside. Oh, new area, guys. Nice place. Very nice. Okay. Definitely this way.
The blood hasn't dried yet. I'll follow its trail. Maybe someone needs help.
A bad idea. Dang, he's strong, right? He just yank it. That's the old shade. You got this, bro.
Damn it! Closed. Just closed. It looks like something or someone is hanging in there. Is that... Fuck! This thing scared the shit out of me. I'd better check what the localizers detected before I go in.
Maybe go around? Okay, so I can't really get inside quite yet, so... Let me go around. Oh. Wow.
Who is he? What did he hide here?
Weapon.
A hunting knife. Someone must have used it recently and tried to hide it there. I'll take it, just in case.
Hell yeah, this guy, that's what I'm talking about, bro.
Go back to the barn. Maybe I can find a side entrance.
Get it.
I need to try to get inside.
Here, we got it. What? There we go. Holy crap-a-roni.
God, who could have done this? This wasn't just some poacher, more like a fucking sadistic hunter. Wait, that beeping. It's as if it's coming from the inside. The animal is hung up on a rope. Maybe I can get up there and cut it down.
What's beeping inside of it?
I need a bolt cutter for this kind of chain. I'll look around.
Yeah, I see it. What? Oh, we got some bolt cutters. We're gonna need that. Okay, we need to bring over like a small box or something.
I should cut down the deer.
Oh, you can't even jump on that. Okay, hold on. Makes sense. Let's open this bad boy
I
up.
could use that crate to reach the ladder and climb up.
What else do we have here? Let's keep going. There we go. Oh, what's inside?
Oh, this is sick. I think I'm gonna puke.
Wow. What is it?
What's all this equipment? And why was it in... Fuck, what if the Soviets sent someone to follow us? Well, there's the fuse. So the fucker who gutted the animal has also been in our house. In our basement. If this isn't a threat, then I don't know what is. At least I've got the goddamn fuse. Time to go to the basement and turn the power back on. I don't like this. Someone's butchered a deer and the evidence suggests that sick fuck has been in our house.
Not good, guys. Oh, we found the fuse. Wow.
I remember back in the day, some twisted kids in the area played with the occult. I don't think this could have been them. Besides, the equipment that was inside it looked military grade. Clearly, the locals make new neighbors feel welcome. I just hope they don't mistake us for turkeys on Thanksgiving.
Okay, so here's the house, guys. We're gonna go back to the house here real quick. Where'd she go? Where is she? Well, let's go get the power on anyways. Oh, we're not gonna do that right now. He's that boogie.
The power's back on, I guess. Interesting. Or maybe it's no big deal. Maybe I've just been reading too much Poe. Well, my job here is done. I better go back under Emma's thumb, considering her mood swing. And it's only the 3rd month. What's it gonna be like by the 9th?
Boo!
Jesus!
Whoa!
You want me to have a heart attack?
Cool, huh? Wonder if some magician used to live here.
Sure, Harry fucking Houdini. Maybe he's never gotten out of that hat. Actually, where did you find it? I just read about one like this.
Upstairs. Now watch carefully.
If it's a rabbit, I want it for dinner and a stew.
Ta-da!
Clever. You think you can sugarcoat the work for me with magic? Where do we start?
Right? Time later. Okay. I like it. It's cool. It's like... Box full of cash?
I have to remind you what the doctor said.
I like this
I've done it
box.
plenty of times already, but really, I don't have to sit idle all the time.
Still, in your condition.
It's not critical. I'm just pregnant, remember? But fine.
I'll take that. Oh,
If I can't help you, I'll pester you with questions. Have they called you from work yet?
No.
And did you give them our new number?
Honey, it's the government. They even know the angle you're tilting your head at.
Ugh, gives me the creeps. Ever thought about doing something other than, you know, cryptanalysis?
It's funny because you go fast. Look, you go fast. It doesn't cover it all, right?
What?
Like,
You gotta go like
something that
real
doesn't
pink
come
or
with being
slow.
responsible for millions of lives. Some job without all the spies, agents, and double agents lurking behind your back. Without the constant feeling that you can't trust anyone.
Cool.
Not really. Besides, I can trust you, right? What are you staring at?
Can you move that piece of furniture? There's something behind it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I was painting though. I was doing such a great job. I'm not done. Can I paint the whole house? Aww. She's pregnant. She shouldn't be moving furniture.
Oh, God. Now I regret putting that thing on my head.
I wonder who that guy was. Maybe if we hang this in the bedroom, he'll come to us in our dreams and tell us everything.
I'd hang you first.
Okay. Sorry, buddy, you're going to the basement. That's the proper place for gentlemen from the previous century.
A few days later. Oh boy. House looks different. We put wallpaper up.
Shit, it's probably from the office.
Oh, crossword puzzles. Oh yeah, we decked this house out. What did we put here? Wow, a nice house. Basement's locked. Let me check upstairs real quick before I answer that. And pizza? I know what we're doing with that. Man, we got pizza boxes all over this house.
Hello?
It's David.
So, this is it, boss. This is the moment when you start to rush me and I start to sweat.
I don't want to press you too much, but I haven't heard from you for a week now. So I thought, maybe he was killed by bears or wolves. I better call him. 'Cause you're stuck in the middle of nowhere, right?
Yeah, I'm stuck in every possible way.
You're not the only one. 3/4 of the team were assigned to work on the Russian woodpecker. And on top of that, Harold has vanished.
Harold? The one who intercepted the telegrams. What happened?
I don't know. Stress? He's been paranoid lately, seeing Soviets everywhere. Either he went nuts and did something stupid, or those Soviets did get him after all.
Fuck! On our soil?
Well, they could be anywhere. And I don't want to think he's playing both sides. To make it even worse, Bill and Mildred will shut down the project if we don't make a breakthrough in the next few weeks.
I've got the documents from Janice with me. I'll get down to work.
Good luck. And give my regards to your wife. I'll call you in a few days.
Hey.
There goes my vacation. The cipher machine is in the office. I've wasted enough time already.
Where's the office? Upstairs? Oh. Wow, I like this room. Showtime.
So, how do I do it again? First, let's take a look at the manual.
Please follow the instructions below
Open
before.
the cover and place the cylinders. Easy.
Okay, the cylinders are right here, but I can't grab them.
For starters, I need to open the top cover. To get inside, I need to open the top cover. I need to take the right cylinders from the table. Luckily, they're numbered. I need to remember that each cylinder goes into a specific position.
Well, I do the big ones first, right?
I did something wrong. This isn't how it should be.
Oh, next place the cylinder is marked with Roman numeral. Right, slots 2. Four, 5, 8.
Okay, the first part's done. Now it's time to set the cogs.
Set the numbers in the windows of the following positions from the left to the right. 2, 14, 6, 22.
Piece of cake. Now for the last step, the wires at the bottom.
Open the bottom drawer of the device. Okay.
Right, now I just have to plug that in using the right order.
Plug the wires in the drawer from the following configuration: A, F, G, C, R, T.
That's it. Now I just need to enter the password.
Yes. Run a test using the password test. BPFLUP. BP flop, pretty much. After entering those letters, you should see a decoded message reading Friday. Okay.
I have to be careful. If I click the wrong letters, I'll have to reset the cogs.
Really, dude? Alright. BPFU. Heck is.
Okay, it works. I can get down to it.
There we go. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh, Jay, that nuke bomb just keeps rolling in there, bro. I think it's getting close. I bet you once it hits 10,000, somebody's gonna win. Watch.
What's this? It looks like a message encrypted with an enigma. Maybe with the right combination I'll be able to decipher it. Now how do I set it up? A Roman 5-3 ST. This must be a clue for the encrypted message. What does it mean, though? And how can I use it to set Enigma up?
Okay, and we better be careful. Okay, so B3ST.
Something is wrong. Configuration, maybe? I should take a closer look at the table or password. Maybe that person used my code table to encrypt the message. How can I guess which combination was used?
B3ST, okay. Oh, boy, you were so close, bro. You needed one more. Boy, almost had it, guys.
A Roman 5-3 ST. The hints from this piece of paper surely have something to do with the machine. Maybe the code table will tell me more.
That's what we're looking at here. B3. Where are you getting ST from?
Not like that. I think that someone used one of the configurations from the code table.
You would have been that much richer. Right, you were so close, bro. ST. I3. Oh, I mean, 5, 2.
Something is wrong. Configuration, maybe? I should take a closer look at the table or password. Not like that. I think that someone used one of the configurations from the code table. Something is wrong. Configuration, maybe? I should take a closer look at the table or password. Not like that. I think that someone used one of the configurations from the code table.
Oh, they changed it. ST. Let's find ST on here. You guys can see my cursor. Oh wait, what the heck? ST.
The solution is right in front of me, I know it. A Roman 5, 3, ST. Think, Adam, think. You've cracked way more complicated codes. The configuration must be in the table.
Well, here's a 5, 3, 5, 3, ST.
Something's wrong. Configuration, maybe? I should take a closer look at the table or password.
Interesting. Line 17? Yeah. I don't... See, okay, I find it, and then what? 5 rotors, cables.
Not like that. I think that someone used one of the configurations from the code table. Something's wrong. Configuration, maybe? I should take a closer look at the table or password. Not like that. I think that someone used one of the configurations from the code table.
This is the only thing I could think about with ST would be these cables. What? ST is the cables, right?
The Roman 5 must be linked to the cylinder. The only item I can set on 3 is the window, and the letters ST are probably linked to the wires. What about the rest of the settings, though? Where can I find them?
Okay. I never want to use one of these in real life, so I don't know. Okay, so when we type letters in,
something is wrong. Configuration, maybe?
A's coming out as H.
Closer look at the table or password.
S
Not
comes
like
in
that.
as E.
I think that someone used one of the configurations from the code table. Something is wrong. Configuration, maybe? I should take a closer look at the table or password.
Let's close this for a second. I3ST. Let's take a look at 17. 17 would be 1475. So let's go back in here. Four, 7, 5. 917 would be 519 310. 519 310.
Not like that. I think that someone used one of the configurations from the code table.
STGZXO. Oh, I can see 17 from here. Okay, so 17 is... Oh, are we over there?
Something is wrong.
What?
Configuration, maybe? I should take a closer look at the table or password.
You know what? All the way. Okay, first. S. E. G. Z. X. O.
Not like that. I think that someone used one of the configurations from the code table.
Five 19 310.
Something is wrong. Configuration, maybe? I should take a closer look at the table or password. Not like that. Not like that. I think that someone used one of the configurations. Something is wrong. Configuration, maybe?
Oh, it changes every time.
Password.
Oh, wow.
Something is wrong. Configuration, maybe? I should take a closer look at the table or password.
One 475. Did I do that right?
Number 17 looks correct. I'll use that configuration and see if my hunch was right.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay, so we know it's row 17. And we've done 5, 9, 10. 5, 9. Here we have... Wait a second. Maybe we gotta do this in a proper order. S, T.
Not like that. I think that someone used one of the configurations from the code table.
I'm really stumped. Really stumped. What's up, Mr. Big Bulge? Okay, guys. You can tell I don't use these every day. So, row 17. What happened to the instruction manual? It just like disappeared.
Number 17 looks correct. I'll use that configuration and see if my hunch was right.
There's something we're doing wrong here. One, 4.
Something is wrong. Configuration, maybe? I should take a closer look at the table or password. Not like that. I think that someone used one of the configurations from the code table.
EGD. D.
Something is wrong. Configuration, maybe? I should take a closer look at the table or password.
We were so close.
Not like that. I think that someone used one of the configurations from the code table. Something is wrong. Configuration, maybe? I should take a closer look at the table or password. Not like that. I think that someone used one of the configurations from the code table.
Wow. Okay. Playing this half asleep is definitely, I want to say that's going to spell out the word trust.
Number 17 looks correct. I'll use that configuration and see if my hunch was right.
And this is what I need to type. Like, what do you mean? What else do I need to do here? Okay, it's on 10 now, but once I start typing, it moves.
Something is wrong. Configuration, maybe? I should take a closer look at the table or password. Not like that. I think that someone used one. Not like that. I think that someone used. Something is wrong. Configuration, maybe? Something is wrong. Configuration, maybe? I should take a closer look at the table or password.
Oh, wait a second. Maybe one time.
Not like that. I think that someone used one of the configurations from the code table. Something is wrong. Configuration, maybe? I should take a closer look at the table or password.
These work.
Number 17 looks correct. I'll use that configuration and see if my hunch was right.
Notice that T gives me S and X gives me O. Hold on a second. Well, we know the first word is trust.
Not like that. I think that someone used one of the configurations from the code table.
TGC. Oh. I think we need to change the cables and the rotor offset every time. Okay, so first we could do the first letter, right? We know that it's X, G, E, T. Okay.
Something is wrong. Configuration, maybe? I should take a closer look at the table or password. Number 17 looks correct. I'll use that configuration and see if my hunch was right. Not like that. I think that someone used one of the configurations from the code table.
What's close to 17 then? You know what? We're gonna end this for now. Oh, we'll be back later. Thank you guys. I gotta get some sleep. It's already getting super late. So anything, I'll catch you guys in the next.